Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, shall begin with the consideration of the votes and proceedings. We have the votes and proceedings of Thursday, July 19th, 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Yes, honourable member for Kwadaso.
Honourable Speaker, on page 11, number 1231, digitalization, if you could correct the spelling. Digitalization, not digitization. And respectfully on page 10, 1127, there is something minor. If the minister could be changed to Doctor. Thank you.
Very well. The table office will take note and effect the correction. Page 12. Page 13. 14. 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, honourable member for Kwadaso.
Honourable Speaker, on page 18, item 9, the quotation. I'm not sure of the word authoritize. I don't know whether it's supposed to be authorized. I'm not sure, but that's why I want to bring this to your attention. Is it authorized or authorities? I don't know. I don't understand that word. I don't know whether it is correct word or we meant to write authorize. So I just want clarification on that. Thank you.
I think the proper word is authorized. It's authorized is correct in the context. The table office will effect the appropriate correction. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. 24. Honourable members, subject to the corrections effected, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. There's no official report today, so we will proceed with the next. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, what is your suggestion?
Speaker, with respect, as was agreed, I seek your leave for us to vary the order of business and take item 22 on page 17, which is the tax exemption bill at consideration stage. Speaker, with your leave again, the Vice Chair will stand instead.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you yourself hinted, you probably will be here for the first 1.5 hours. I see the Minister for Education is in to answer questions, but we may start with public business and deal with the tax exemption bill before reverting back to questions and other matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Very well. The order of business is hereby varied, and we proceed to public business. And item 22, the Tax Exemptions Bill 2022 at the consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we ended at clause 4. So there's no advertised amendment to clause 5. So I want you to put a question on clause 5.
Let me call it out. Clause 5.
Responsibility of the minister.
Yes. Any?
Mr. Speaker, even though there is no advertised amendment, may I, with your leave and the indulgence of the House, propose that we improve clause 5 generally, especially clause 5.1, as it reads, responsibility of the minister. Now, if you read 5.1, it should have started with the minister shall have the power. If you just say 5.1, the power to, because you have a head note, that in my view is not adequate. The minister shall have the power, even the word power, Mr. Speaker, I still have a problem with the word power there. The minister shall have the responsibility to submit a request for the grant of an exemption. You just don't leave the word exemption. For the grant of an exemption. Then, Mr. Speaker, my problems come. It says to cabinet or parliament. You cannot say or parliament because parliament is mandatory under Article 174 of the 1992 Constitution. So you cannot say cabinet or parliament. Then, Mr. Speaker, when you come to 51B, seek executive approval for the grant of an exemption is vested in the minister. No, the president is still the executive president. He can decide that he is granting an exemption direct. When I say direct, cabinet approval or executive approval. The executive approval means the president approving as executive president of the republic. So the language there, 5.1, Mr. Speaker, 5.1, responsibility of the minister. The minister shall be responsible to make a formal request for the grant of tax exemption to cabinet or the executive if you want, but don't put parliament there. We are standing on our own. If the president grants it, ultimate approval by Article 174 will come to parliament. So I don't even think that parliament, Mr. Speaker, belongs to the category there. Then we must define. I know the majority leader is not here. He has always argued that he doesn't see cabinet and the essence of it, even though a creation of Article 79. So the president grants executive approval. Executive approval is vested in the president. And we have an executive president. When you say seek executive approval for an exemption, is vested in the minister. No, the words is vested in the minister should also go. You can just say...
Honorable Leader, let's take them one by one.
Thank you.
So we can effect the correction appropriately. I agree with the beginning. The beginning of the bill and the power to. It doesn't suggest anything. The minister shall have the responsibility or the power to. But let it come from the committee, propose the appropriate rendition so that we can debate and vote upon it.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minority leader will try to decouple the functions of the responsibilities of the minister in the preparatory stages towards parliamentary approval. There are two stages. His responsibility is to seek executive approval of the president before he brings such a request to parliament. So there is no problem with his amendment. I don't think that there is a problem with it.
I don't know. What I understand him to be saying is that the opening words in 5.1, the power to, I think proposing that we should delete the power to and substitute that with the minister shall have the responsibility to or responsible for.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, because if you look at the head note in that clause, it says responsibility of the minister, not his power. So I share the views of the minority leader.
So I'm wishing. Here's ranking.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I agree with the proposed amendment. Because if you look at the A and B, it's more of responsibility than power. And then the head note clearly spells out that we are talking about the responsibility of the minister. So the power to submit, to seek, should be the responsibility of the minister to submit a request for exemption to Parliament. And then B, seek executive approval for an exemption, So it should be, the word should be responsibility rather than power.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty with the replacement of power with responsibility. But just to add that the A ought to be seek executive approval for an exemption, and then the B should be submit a request for an exemption for an exemption by Parliament. Honourable Ahinfo, was that the amendment you tried to make?
No, Mr. Speaker, what should happen is that in a hierarchical order, you would have to first of all seek executive approval before parliamentary approval. For that reason, the 501B must be A, because that is the first thing to be the executive approval. Then the A, which is a parliamentary approval, will be consequential upon executive approval. For that reason, the A must become B. Then, Mr. Speaker, the A, which is now becoming B, must be improved. There is nothing like cabinet approval. That is, submit a request for an exemption to cabinet or parliament. The role of cabinet is to advise the president, and constitutionally, the executive power is vested in the president. So cabinet has no role here to play, for which reason we must delete cabinet or. So the rendition will become submit request for an exemption to cabinet.
So let's get the rendition right. The minister shall have the responsibility to A, seek executive approval for an exemption, full stop. Then B, submit a request for an exemption to Parliament. All right? All in favor of the proposal? Yes.
Speaker, I would have wished that we premise the word exemption with the word grant. Grant an exemption, a request for the grant of an exemption, not exemption just standing alone. So I agree with you, but just before grant of exemption, you are seeking our approval for the grant of an exemption. Thank you.
I don't know, yes.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my leader, there is another provision that deals with the grant and the conditions of the grant guided by Article 174. So at this stage, we are talking about submission of the request to Parliament, and that will invoke the power of the Parliament to determine whether to grant it, whether to vary it, or not to grant it. And there are other provisions in the bill that deals with that.
Very well. So, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Honorable Adaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I can't see any advertised amendment to 5. So, in line with the amendment leader and my good friend made above, I think 5 plus 5, 4. We need to amend that one also to read, the minister shall subject to executive approval, seek approval of parliament so that we delete cabinet or. Just consequentially, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support that amendment. We actually have it on our list.
I'll direct the draft persons to make all the appropriate amendments to clause 5. So the question is clause 5 as amended.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are a few things under clause 5 that we may want to amend.
Please proceed.
Subclause 2A. Subclause 2A. Line 1. Replace vet with assess. Vet with assess.
Very well, honourable members, for the consideration of the House. The assess, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendments because 5(2) states clearly the minister shall, on receipt of a request for an exemption, assess the request for exemption. You assess the request for exemption, but it's not an entity for you to vet. So we feel that the use of vet here will not be proper. The proper terminology should be assessment.
In favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, the amendment is carried. Any more on clause 5?
Yes.
Yes.
On 5.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago, this modern drafter was persuading me that the use of the granting of exemption belongs somewhere in this bill. As I travel to clause 3.5, and I'll come to subclause 3. Subclause 3 of 5. The modalities for the assessing and granting of exemptions. Why? No, he made an argument. When I said use the word grant of exemption before exemption, because he says his modern school of drafting, he disagreed with me. But going forward, he's accepted granting of exemption. Let's be careful what we are doing. Somebody is making an application for what? Even cabinet ministers who are here, the title of your memo is for grant of tax exemption. In practice, anybody writing formally to the president or the executive, your head note reads, request for grant of tax exemption. But he argued a while ago that we shouldn't use the word granting of tax exemption. Then, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to the chairman. When you come to the subclause 3, A, modalities, B, procedure. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was thinking even before you put the question on 5, that 5(2) ought to be swapped with 5(1), and 5(1) becomes 2 because it's a procedure that the minister ought to follow. The minister ought to have assessed, like the chairman rightly said, the request for exemption before he formally submits the request to cabinet. So if he hasn't vetted, how could he submit as stated in 1? So I think we should look at how we...
Don't you think that 1 is granting the power to the minister, the responsibility to the minister? This is the person who has responsibility. So it is because we have granted him the responsibility. That's why you apply to him before he vets and submit it anywhere else. So I don't think the procedure is right. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, still on 5, subclause 3. There's the consequential amendment of vetting with assessing, but I also like to move that we switch the positions of A and B as we have them here, so that the new rendition will be the minister shall issue administrative guidelines on A, the procedure for application for exemption by a person, and B, the modalities for assessing and granting of exemptions. I so move.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago, you put a question on a proposed amendment to 5, which included request to Parliament. And I believe the amendment was agreed to. After carefully studying sub-clause 4, if you now read sub-clause 4, then what we did, you just came. No, he did a 5-1 where Parliament featured. And I'm saying Parliament has featured well in sub-clause 4. I'm just drawing attention. The amendment they moved, they say executive or Parliament. So the earlier Parliament, in my view, didn't belong there.
Let's read out 4. Subject to, we will delete cabinet or, and so shall be, the minister shall, subject to executive approval, seek the approval of Parliament by resolution for a request for exemption in accordance with Article 174 of the Constitution. Is that not correct? Very well. Allowance, I think it should be there. There's procedure. You start from the request before you come to grant. Very well. Chairman, are you done with your proposed amendment to clause 5?
No, Mr. Speaker, just to confirm that 4 now is the minister shall, subject to executive approval, seek the parliamentary approval for the exemption in accordance with Article 174 of the Constitution. All right. So, sub-clause 6. Line 1, it is just to replace advice with inform. With inform. And Mr. Speaker, if I may add the last one, then we'll take them together.
No, one clause at a time, please. Okay. So the new rendition will be the minister shall inform cabinet on matters relating to exemptions. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, you may take your next one.
From my end, sub-clause 7, delete and insert the following. The entire sub-clause 7 should be deleted and inserted and replaced with the following. The minister shall ensure that covered entities and other relevant stakeholders are sensitized on any new law or requirement instituted to A, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the exemptions regime, or B, ensure compliance with this act. So it's just an introduction of covered entities to replace ministries, departments, and agencies, and then also to insert the word efficiency to before effectiveness.
Did you say cabinet entities?
Covered entities.
Right. Very well. Covered entities. Right. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment. If you use the word ministries, departments, and agencies, definitely some institutions would be left out. Now, in other revenue laws that we passed, we use the word covered entity. So the new rendition will be in line with other laws that we have passed. And for the sake of consistency, it is in place.
Very well. So the new rendition, I'll read it out. The minister shall ensure that covered entities are sensitized on any new law or requirement instituted to A, improve efficiency and effectiveness of the exemptions regime, or covered entities and other relevant stakeholders, right, are sensitized on any new law or requirement instituted to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the exemptions regime, or B, ensure compliance with this act. Yes, Honorable Beda.
Mr. Speaker, if covered entity is what we want to use, why don't we put covered entity in the interpretation? Rather, I can see state entity, which sought to describe, you do it. Okay, all right, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we'll suspend.
Let me put the question on clause 5, the entire clause 5.
Yes, I want to add a new rendition. A new sub-clause to 5. So if you don't mind standing it down, to enable it, because the guideline that we did, waiting to do this exemption, I want to import it here to serve as a guide to the minister in bringing out his guideline. The reason is that the way we are carrying out this bill, it is going to have the same effect if Parliament doesn't state some of the issues that must be in the guideline the minister is going to develop. If we leave it the way it is open, the ministers will continue to do the same attitude and will keep waiving and changing the guideline every day, unless we state that in carrying the guideline they will take into consideration A, B, C, D, like we did, so that it serves as a guide to the ministers, and that it will be the same thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I've asked the clerk at table, the deputy clerk, to pull the guideline that we did, so that it will enable me to add the amendment. So, because of that, I may beg that we shouldn't put the question on the whole of 5, and then be able to carry on business once I get that to file properly my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
sure.
I was going to request to supply him with some information. If we go to clause 14, it provides for what the minority chief whip is talking about. It provides for the minister to bring regulation to do exactly the things he wants to see happen. And there may be more things than 1D, 1F. So if you just import 1D, 1F into this. But the guidelines we did were just in respect of 1D, 1F. So what I'm saying is that under 14, there's the opportunity to do regulations to deal with all those matters. So I take it that Mr. Speaker may put the question on 5.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I see the chairman asking you to put question on the entire clause 5 as variously amended. May I, with your leave and indulgence, refer you to sub-clause 7. And it reads, the minister shall ensure that ministries, departments, and agencies and other relevant stakeholders.
We have amended that.
You've amended that. Yes.
Let me read the new rendition to you so that if you still wish
do.
The minister shall ensure that covered entities and other relevant stakeholders are sensitized on any new law or requirement instituted to A, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the exemptions regime, or B, ensure compliance with this act. That is the new rendition.
Mr. Speaker, you have a law, and you are providing in the law, ensure compliance with this act. Ensure compliance with this act in the same law. And in this clause, ensure compliance with this act. When we pass law, it has to be complied with. Must you put in a legislation that you are to ensure compliance with this act? No. Maybe. Mr. Speaker, Expresso, you know school. This implies you cannot put in a legislation and say ensure compliance with this act. I have a difficulty with it, but maybe we can. Yes, I have a difficulty with it. Thank you.
Yes, Majority
Speaker, the object of the Act as contained in 1D provides that the object of this Act is to provide for monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and enforcement of the exemptions. Now, what is the vehicle for ensuring the enforcement? When you have an act like this, you create a vehicle, maybe the administration. But here, the burden is on the minister to ensure the enforcement. And we needed, for the avoidance of doubt, to restate. I'm saying compliance, the enforcement. You want the same word that the minister shall enforcement, but otherwise the value is the same. We create a vehicle to ensure compliance. What's the vehicle here? The minister is the one administering this, and that is why you have to put it there in the bill. That the burden for enforcement is on the minister. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is more or less a new tax law, a new tax exemption regime that is being created. We all know in law, ignorance of the law is of no excuse, but ignorance of the facts is of excuse. That is why the law is putting the responsibility on the minister to sensitize, and the sensitization is to ensure compliance of the act.
To ensure the knowledge of the fact. Very well. Honourable members, I'll put the question. All in favour of clause 5 as variously amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even though you have put the question, sometimes you direct the draft person to look at some aspects of it. I ordinarily should not be drawing you back. If you take clause 5, 2B, ensure that the exemption is consistent with the economic management priorities of government. Then you add, and the general policy of the government on exemptions. In my view, you are being tautological. What is government's economic management priority? It's communicated in the government policy. Now you use all two words there. B, ensure that the exemption is consistent with the economic management priorities of government. Then you add, and the general policy of the government on exemptions. It's not neat, it's not elegant. It must be one of it. If you are choosing government policy on exemption, say so. But you cannot say economic management priorities of government and again say policy of government. What is policy? Policy details the priorities of government as formally announced. Maybe you direct draft person to look at it, but on this one, I'm not wrong. The rest, I'll yield. This one, I'm not wrong. It has to be done. It has to be done. And that one,
Very well. Until we finish consideration of the entire bill, it's still open to discussions, and we may return to that if necessary. Yes, Leader, I was suggesting that rather than spend more time here, while the consideration is ongoing, we can do further discussion and reach a consensus on the appropriate rendition. And if we do, we can effect an appropriate amendment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the direction. I think that the 2B that the minority that related to really is consistent with even the Constitution. The Speaker, Article 75, Article 76 of the Constitution provides that the Cabinet, 76.2 says, Cabinet shall assist the President in the determination of the general policy of government. And so, Cabinet assists. How do we get to know? Through this, is saying that it should be consistent with the general policy of government exemptions. The Speaker, so it is not an overkill, as the minority there is indicating. I think that the two legs could stay in the same house, and it doesn't really cause any harm to the construct of the bill.
Very well. Let's proceed. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the constitutional article he referred to, 76.2. The Cabinet shall assist the President in the determination of general policy of the government. So a policy of government will be a tax exemption policy. So use only that. You cannot say economic management priorities of government and add and the general policy of government. My worry is using the two. I have no difficulty if you choose one. Ensure that the exemption is consistent with the general policy of government on exemptions. That is how it should read. But the two...
As I suggest, let the sides discuss it further and reach a consensus so we effect the appropriate changes now. Very well. Yes. Yes, Honorable Chibu.
Speaker, as was agreed, I guess we can suspend work on the consideration of the exemption bill now and go on to take item 9 on page 7 of today's order paper, item 9. Speaker, with your leave.
Very well. Yes, Leader, it is suggested that we suspend the consideration and move on to item now. Very well. That is accepted. That brings us to the end of consideration for now. We may return to the consideration further. Honourable Members, item 9, motion by the Chairman of the Committee. Chairman of the Committee, are you ready to move your motion? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 9 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well, honourable members. The procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Item 10. Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and African Export-Import Bank for an amount of up to 750 million United States dollars to finance capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, as I move this motion and with your leave, I will proceed to present your committee's report. But before I do that, I would like, Mr. Speaker, to seek your leave to make the following correction. On page 7 of the report, under paragraph 7.1, before rate, delete the word alarming. Delete the word alarming. Having taken that correction, Mr. Speaker, your committee met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and presented this facility for the House's approval. The justification for government action is that government intends to secure, it is captured under paragraph 4, government intends to secure the credit facility to finance credit projects under the 2022 budget. This arrangement has become necessary because of the decision by government not to use the capital market to raise financing until market conditions improve. Additionally, the increasing withdrawal of non-resident investors in Ghana's domestic bond market, with its implications for the level of reserves of the Bank of Ghana and foreign exchange management generally requires the injection of additional foreign currency to shore up the country's reserve to enable it meet its obligations when they fall due. Mr. Speaker, the terms of the facility are clearly stated under paragraph 6 of your committee's report, and the committee's observations under paragraph 7. Mr. Speaker, after considerable deliberation on the request, your committee came to the following conclusion. Yes, but before that, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 7 on page 13, we see clearly the items that this facility will be used to finance. Table 2 on page 13. It is important to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry communicated that the above costs indicated are indicative. They are indicative estimates for the projects, and that in the actual execution, the figures may vary. The committee, Mr. Speaker, having carefully examined the agreement, is convinced that the facility forms part of government's international capital market program aimed at raising funds to finance critical infrastructure projects in the 2022 budget. Accordingly, we urge this House to approve this motion and to approve this facility in order that we may reap the benefit that the facility would bring. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, having listened to the chairman, I believe that the justification for this facility is well founded. It was well programmed in the budget, and the programs for which this facility is going to be used is supported in this report. I support this motion and ask that this House approves this facility. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was moved by the chairman and seconded by our vice chairman. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me put on record, Mr. Speaker, I have serious concerns with Ghana's debt sustainability issues. Mr. Speaker, currently, from the data from the Ministry of Finance that was actually positioned and published on the Ministry of Finance website, it is clear that in the first quarter, Ghana recorded total revenue, tax revenue of 12.9 billion Ghana cedis. Of this amount, Mr. Speaker, debt service obligation alone, made up of interest payment and amortization, is 13.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that the total tax revenue is not enough to service Ghana's debt. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying that I have concerns with Ghana's debt situation. Mr. Speaker, this call on all of us to come together and work in a way that will ensure that our country returns back to debt sustainability levels. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, our debt is simply not sustainable, and it should be noted that this matter is of national importance and something that all of us will have to come together and deal with it. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the fact that our debt is not sustainable, investors have started panicking to the extent that some of them have started exiting our market. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the committee's report
page 3, background. The Speaker, you will notice that the second paragraph says that consequently, non-resident investors in Ghana's domestic bonds market are pulling out of the country from a high of 35% share of holdings in domestic bonds. The proportion of non-resident bondholders has declined to 16% as at end December 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is on the committee's report, page 3. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the foreigners holding in domestic bonds declined from 35% to 16%. And this is before Ukraine war. This is before Ukraine war, so nobody can tell me that this is happening because of Ukraine war. So, Speaker, this is before the U.S. announced quantitative, this was before Ukraine war, 1, 2, this was before the United States announced quantitative easing. So, Speaker, the elephant in the room is the fact that there's huge fiscal dominance, and there's the need for us to address it as a country. So, Speaker, as a result of this, when non-resident investors are exiting your country, what we should be noted is that they will exit with foreign currency, not your currency, not the cedi. They enter your market with foreign currency. So when they are leaving the country, you will have to give them foreign currency. The Speaker, as a result of that, what is happening is clear. Ghana's reserve position is dwindling and declining at an alarming rate. The Speaker, I just read a bulletin from Barclays Africa. And Barclays Africa is saying our reserves position has been dwindling, the largest in a decade. In fact, in the first quarter of 2022 alone, Ghana has lost reserves of 1 billion Ghana cedis, approximately. That's about 985 million US dollars. The Speaker, to approximate, it's about 1 billion US dollars in the loss of reserves. For me, this loan, I agree that it's important. The Speaker, I do not have basis to reject this loan on the grounds that it is going to, in a way, support the reserves. The Speaker, apart from that, I will have no basis to support this. Because as we speak, the reserves levels are very low. The Speaker, I agree that if you look at the budget statement, page 232 and appendix 3A, the Minister of Finance has said to us that they are going to the Eurobond market or maybe go for a term loan worth 4.8 billion US Ghana cedis. The Speaker, this translates to about 750 million US dollars. And that is why I was at a loss that the Minister responsible for Finance had requested us to approve 1 billion US dollars for him. The Speaker, we cannot approve 1 billion US dollars. But I agree that the 750 million US dollars is in the budget. And so it calls on all of us to support it. Mr. Speaker, because of the debt sustainability issues, the Minister must take steps to reduce government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, that is the elephant in the room. Fiscal dominance is the elephant in the room. Our debt has reached a level that if care is not taken, we cannot repay. And so I urge the ministry, in as much as we will support you to build up the reserves, you have to make sure that in building it, you watch the debt levels. Our debt levels are scary. So, Speaker, I will refer you to what the Ministry of Finance told us when we asked for the maturity period of the debts that are falling due in the few years ahead of us. So, Mr. Speaker, page 10, paragraph 7.5 of the committee's report. It states that the committee noted that significant portion of Ghana's debt will fall due in early part of 2025 and 2026. Accordingly, the 2021 debt management report issued by the Ministry of Finance says that about $3 billion US dollars will fall due in 2024 and a further $1.5 billion US dollars will fall due in the year 2025 and 2026. So, Speaker, between 2024, 2025, and 2026, approximately $5.5 billion US dollars will fall due. As we speak, the Ministry of Finance has not built any buffer to take off this debt. The Speaker, this loan that we are approving, it will surprise you to note that this loan that we are approving, the repayment will start in the year 2025. It is also in the US dollars. It is also in US dollars. But as we speak, we do not have buffers. So my concern is that, yes, we are going to approve it, but we've not had any meaningful, assurance from the government telling us that they are going to build buffers to take up this debt as and when they fall due. So, Speaker, this is a serious matter that we should be interested in as a House. Because the last thing we want as a country is for our country to default. I don't think anybody wants to see that. So the government must be interested in that. And I urge them to build buffers now. So, Speaker, just imagine in the year 2024, paying off $3 billion in 1 year. What will happen to your reserves? What is Ghana's net international reserves today? And if you fail to build buffers and you have to cough $3 billion in 1 day, what will happen to you? So, Speaker, these are serious issues and we should confront them as such. So, Speaker, the Ministry of Finance informed us that they have taken note of the fact that the reserves position is low and that they are going to ensure that they build it. But they should start now. And the media review, they should give us an idea how they will build it. The Speaker, as part of the document in page 13, they have given us a breakdown of what the government will use the money for, the $750 million for. The Speaker, this is something that we requested for. The Speaker, they told us that they are going to spend $200 million for the purposes of a road construction for Ofankor and Sawom Road, $200 million. Again, we were informed that Ejuso Konongo Road will benefit from $75 million. We were informed that completion of Nsawam Apedra Road will also have $10 million. Swami Interchange and local road network will get $47 million. Mr. Speaker, when we asked further, we were told that this $47 million will be used for the local roads, since the interchange itself will come with a separate financing agreement. Speaker, I see this loan as a bailout to our majority leader. It's like IMF bailing him out. So, Speaker, this is important that we bail him out. So this House will have to bail our leader out with such a loan. The Speaker, again, we were told that they are going to complete the Flower Pot interchange with $35 million and the Sofo Line interchange with $35 million. Speaker, but what is most important is the fact that we were told that they are going to construct stadium infrastructure for all Africa Games at $140 million. Speaker, it is important that I clarify this point. The $140 million according to the Ministry of Finance, Speaker, you recall that this House was called upon to approve a loan of $170 million for the construction of the stadiums for all Africa loans. We were told that as we speak, the loan has not materialized. So they are going to use this $140 million as a bridge finance. To draw down for the purposes of building the stadiums. And when they get opportunity to receive the loan, they will use the loan proceeds to replace the $750 million. So, Speaker, clearly it's important that we clarify this point. Because if care is not taken, impression will be created that we are double dipping or we are paying twice for the same project. But I urge the ministry to ensure that as soon as they receive the money, they pay it back to the loan. So, Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Yes. Who? Yes, Honourable Member for Gadas.
Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to add my voice to the need for this August House to approve the $750 million Africa Exim Import-Export Loan Facility. Speaker, I also agree with the Honourable Ranking Member of this House, the Finance Committee, for the issues he has raised. And I'm also happy that listening to him, he appears to be in support of this facility. And I also want to commend the Finance Committee for the spirit of patriotism that they've exhibited to ensure that this amount that is intended to support the budget is approved. Honourable Speaker, looking at page 7 under impact, under financial impact, if you indulge me, I'll read a few portions. The committee expressed concerns over the alarming rate of debt accumulation and the increasing fraction of foreign currency denominated loans on the public debt. It is significant because foreign currency denominated loans tend to increase the debt to GDP while the local currency devalues, thereby exerting pressure on debt service commitment of government. This is a fair observation, and I think that the committee was spot on. Mr. Speaker, on page 13 at the conclusion, if you indulge me, I'll read a few paragraphs. It says, the committee, having carefully examined the agreement, is convinced that the facility forms part of government's international capital market program aimed at raising funds to finance critical infrastructure projects in the 2022 budget. Approval of the facility will also enable government meet its revenue projections in the budget and support government's liability management and ensure exchange rate stability. This is the good spirit, the Speaker, I'm talking about, for them to see the need to assist the government to shore up her revenue in order to meet the societal goods and services for the good people of Ghana. As Speaker, we all know that because of the hikes in inflation globally, central banks around the globe, especially those in advanced countries, have increased their policy rates to certain high levels. And this means that most of the foreign investors in our part of the world are repatriating their proceeds into those advanced countries because of the hikes in the policy rates. And this is affecting liquidity issues in our part of the world. Government needs this money to help the Youth Card program and other important programs, the flagship programs that will benefit our brothers and sisters in this country. So on this score, I want us to continue in this spirit of cooperation and patriotism to help this country move forward. Right, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I want to thank you, and I know that my respected minority leader, Honorable Jusu, and his members will support us to pass this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Honorable, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the facility under consideration we have been made to believe is very urgent. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the last but one paragraph in page 4, it says, and with your permission I read, the Ministry of Finance has therefore mandated the African Export-Import Bank, Afri-Exim, to support government to raise up to $750 million for the implementation of some flagship projects approved for loan financing in the 2022 budget. What this simply is saying is that the government is simply mandating Afri-Exim to go and look for money for it, for the government. So government has really not secured $750 million loan. And I'm surprised that this has become urgent after all the weeks we have been in this house, basically not having any work to do. And the government has been waiting and waiting until this point to now secure an agreement to mandate somebody to go and look for $750 million. How can this be urgent? Clearly this is not urgent. It's not as if we fulfill today, tomorrow they'll go and draw down $750 million. They will only now have an agreement to get Exim Bank to go and look for $750 million. And we've been here for months. We've been here for months. So, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear why the ministry was not forthcoming when we were pushing them to even appear before the committee. We'll go and sit there, adjourn a meeting, and they don't come. They really don't attach any seriousness to this transaction. Mr. Speaker, we have a very big problem on our hands. We have a Minister of Finance, we gave him a bucket full of water. He went and licked that bucket and all the water has drained out of that bucket. Today he's here with the leak bucket saying that we should pour the last drop of water in that bucket. Mr. Speaker, how can we pour the last drop of water in the leaking bucket that the minister has leaked? It means this will lead to the same problem, no value, and yet will be incurred an additional cost of $750 million. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem we have today with our IMF program is that unlike the previous one when we were sure that we were securing a deal, today our destiny is in our own jeopardized hands. Today, it will depend on the outcome of our debt sustainability analysis. And it is becoming very clear that our debt burden is our problem. The IMF Article 4 consultation recently said that in 2020, we spent 129% of our total revenue to service debt, and yet we are going for more debt. Mr. Speaker, I told the Minister for Finance at committee that in order not to push us to the position of Sri Lanka, where Sri Lanka is not assured of a program because they must bring their debt to sustainable levels, in order not to drive us to the situation of Zambia, when even after engaging IMF, they don't have a program because their debt is unsustainable and they must bring it to sustainable levels, I do not think we should give this government more money in order that it will even jeopardize our debt sustainability and we may not be able to get an IMF program. But Mr. Speaker, I don't see why the Minister for Finance is still sitting there. If you want to give Ghana a chance to solve the mess that he has created, he must leave. The Minister for Finance was only appointed as a minister. You did not elect him as a co-president who cannot exit. So if the president has appointed a co-president for us, who now calls us his children, that we have now become a welfare issue. He has jeopardized our life such that he is now treating us as his orphan children. He should know that our laws provide that when an irresponsible father becomes a danger to a child, we take that child away and give that child to social welfare. So having succeeded in turning us into a social welfare program, if the president will not sack him, he should have the humility to resign so we can recover from our koshoko. And then we are not even his children in the first place. It is a privilege to serve us. Don't call us your children because you have failed. You have destroyed our livelihoods. Today we are a laughing stock in the capital market. The whole country, Ghana, cannot raise 10 billion in 6 months on the domestic market. And the finance minister is the one still pushing this. Why? Is Ghana only destined for one finance minister, no matter how incompetent he is? Yes. Mr. Speaker, if the government of Ghana wants to get a chance to resolve the mess, I beg you, either they sack the minister or we'll get someone for you. Yes. But as long as we continue to have that minister, we are only pouring water into a leaking bucket and the problem will exacerbate. Yes. Mr. Speaker, there are projects that have listed here and that need to be reconciled properly. We are aware that they came here for money to build stadium. They are still allocating money for the same stadium. There must be reconciliation. We are aware that they brought loans here to build Swami Interchange. They are still allocating money here for Swami Interchange. Mr. Speaker, we also know that Eastern Corridor lots 5 and 6 is already on contract under a loan project. If this is the way you are going to, if you just want 750 million, tell us. And you want a blank check because your situation is hopeless, tell us to approve for you. Don't come and put things here you don't intend to do. And that is exactly what we have. Just putting numbers together that simply don't make sense, that violate what we have already approved. Mr. Speaker, we are willing to help them because as they are now, it is our country we are now fighting to save. And we know where they are now, the situation is terrible. But they should tell us the truth. Are they really going to do Swami Interchange? Are they really going to spend this money on Lot 5 and 6? Are they really going to spend this money for sports stadium when they have already got a loan here? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I reluctantly sit down and wait for the decision of the House. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this facility
is a very important one for our country. The 2022 budget has very strong fundamentals, which is also aimed at achieving economic growth of about 5%. Therefore, a shortfall in financing would derail significantly the fundamentals of the budget, which will hurt our economy so bad. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important this House approves this facility in order to ensure that the economic fundamentals are not derailed. Also, Mr. Speaker, the committee was concerned about debt sustainability, but the effect of this facility can be contained within government's debt liability management, which has proven very effective under this finance minister. Both the cost of borrowing and the risk of borrowing have seen significant improvement. For example, the weighted average interest rate has been stable over the last 4 years, and the average time to maturity increased from 9 years in 2016 to 15 years in 2021. And so, Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has given effective debt liability management to the way our debts have been managed. And therefore, the effect of this facility will be contained under this liability management. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the facility is to be used for economic infrastructure in this country. The various projects that have been outlined, the Ofanko Nsawam Road, the Edisu Konongo Road, the completion of the Nsawam Apeda Road project, completion of the Eastern Corridor Road in particular, is so important for our economy and will provide an alternative link between the southern part of our country and the northern part of our country. And this is why I want to call on honorable members to support this facility so that we can support the growth of the economic base of our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Jinapo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me express my appreciation to you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, like the chairman rightly says in the report, today living conditions are difficult. The ordinary Ghanaian is suffering. Teachers are suffering. Nurses are suffering. Even MPs, we are suffering. Mr. Speaker, today inflation is at an all-time high. Our currency is the worst currency in Africa. If your currency is the worst currency among your peers, you can't say that it's everywhere. Because your currency matches against other currencies. So if your currency is in a free fall situation, don't tell us that it's everywhere. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly make a correction. In the report, there's a claim that we approved 1.5 billion to support the implementation of the 2022 budget, and I refer to page 5. Budgets are quantitative expressions of your income and revenue in terms of the figures. So if you just express that you thought of something, but we haven't captured that in the appropriation, let's deal with the 750, Mr. Speaker. We also talk about exports and claim that crude is one of the reasons why we are struggling. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a net exporter of crude oil. And so if I sell a particular commodity and the prices go up, you cannot tell me that the increment rather affects us. And I'm putting on record, Ghana is a net exporter of crude oil. If you read the 2021 budget, we got 11 billion cedis from increments in gold, crude, and cocoa. And I have the figures here. Go and check the records from the Bank of Ghana in respect to our Petroleum Revenue Management Act. We are a net exporter of crude oil. That is a fact, is not debatable. Mr. Speaker, we are also told that we have this problem because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, the Minister of Finance was here He told us that total COVID expenditure was 12 billion. That is the expenditure side. The revenue side, total revenue was 19 billion. So when you check how much he spent and how much he got, we actually made a profit of 7 billion. As if that is not enough, all the revenues that we got for COVID expenditure, this government is not servicing those debts. Neither are we paying for the interest, neither are we paying for the principal. Mr. Speaker, but more importantly, and this is something that, Mr. Speaker, I think I should bring to the attention of the House. If you look at the budget statement proper, and you look at our debt servicing, we are paying 7 billion this year. It increases by 2 billion to 9 billion. 2024, it increases by 2 billion to 11 billion. But in 2025, it increases by 11 billion to about 22 billion. By that time, this minister is no more a minister of finance. By that time, this government would have lost power and handed over to President Mahama. You are paying 2 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion, and you expect that when President Mahama assumes office in 2025, he should pay extra 11 billion. Mr. Speaker, why? This is in the budget. The Deputy Minister of Finance is sitting. If what I'm saying is not true, she will rise up and challenge me. Mr. Speaker, we speak with facts. When we rise, we speak with facts. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama borrowed $3.7 billion from Eurobond. President Akufo-Addo has so far borrowed over 11 billion. President Mahama got just 3 billion from ESLA. President Akufo-Addo has gotten about 24 billion. Mr. Speaker, despite all these revenues, today the Ghanaian economy is in the state of pathos. The Ghanaian economy is in a state of comatose. The Ghanaian economy, there's nothing to write home about that. And rather than accept responsibility and deal with the situation, the Vice President told us that they've paid 17 billion for so-called take-or-pay agreements. Because you can put it on record. And the Finance Minister was here to answer that very question. Ghana has not paid 17 billion for so-called excess capacity payments. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo has dealt with the issue of the team. I would recommend that even as we are proving this, we rather suggest that one of ours would distinguish himself, a man of integrity in the person of Professor Jan Bafo, should lead the IMF negotiating team. He will do a better job. Mr. Speaker, finally, the time has come for His Excellency the President to do the needful. He should dissolve the economic management team led by Dr. Baumia, so that we get competent people who can manage the economy and take us out of the doldrums. Mr. Speaker, on this note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to recommend that the 47 million allocated for the Swami roads should be looked at again. That amount is woefully inadequate. Taking into account the level of agitation in Swami, this amount is woefully inadequate. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the indulgence.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the matters and the discussion in this House. Mr. Speaker, if you pay attention to the report of the committee, particularly page 3, paragraph 3, where the committee takes us to the background of the report. The Speaker, if you refer to paragraph 2 of the report, of the said paragraph, the line 2, the Speaker, this is what the committee says, and they tell us this in anonymity. Additionally, the global economy, according to the IMF, was in weaker position than previously anticipated as a result of the emergence of a new COVID-19 variant.
further supply chain disruptions, crude oil hikes, rising global inflation, and geopolitical risk in the Ukraine-Russian war has affected growth and financing conditions. Mr. Speaker, clearly it is very obvious that this position taken by IMF, Ghana has also been affected by this situation. No one in this chamber will doubt the fact that COVID and the Ukraine-Russia war has affected the world economy. Nobody would be in doubt of that fact. And I'm happy that our colleagues have not disputed this fact. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the conclusion of the committee's report, Mr. Speaker, this is what the committee says. That after having carefully examined the agreement, the committee in unanimity is convinced that the first facility forms part of government's international capital market program aimed at raising funds to finance critical infrastructure projects in the 2022 budget. Approval of the facility, Mr. Speaker, according to your committee, will also enable government meet its revenue projections in the budget and support government liability management and ensure exchange rate stability. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee was clear in its mind what government was going to do with this facility. And in fact, government went on to provide indicative cost of the project. So, Mr. Speaker, all issues for clarifications, all issues of accountability, government cannot resolve from it. Because, Mr. Speaker, clearly the minister will be obliged to come to this House to report. So we would want to allay fears of members. But, Mr. Speaker, as to political and partisan comments, I will not go into it. We've not had the election for 2024. Obviously, this government has 2.5 years more to demonstrate its competence. And we have so far been able to introduce major social intervention programs, which programs have sustained the economy, but as these programs have come at a cost, no doubt. So, Mr. Speaker, whereas we would appreciate argument to be made on cost, in the same vein, an argument should be made on the investment made by the government so far. The investment made to save the Ghanaian who has saved his money and nearly lost money through the financial crisis we nearly entered into. The free SHS program has come at a cost. Ghanaians who were in very underprivileged situations are now enjoying quality education. Mr. Speaker, we have to begin from somewhere. We have begun from somewhere. We will get somewhere. So, Mr. Speaker, these must be considered, and I believe that government in good faith will utilize these funds for the purpose intended. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would like to thank you for the treasured space and urge colleagues to support this facility. I thank you so much indeed.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of $750 million to finance capital and growth related expenditure in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, as I do so, let me indicate quite strongly that this side of the House, we are a very, very responsible group, responsible to the citizens of Ghana, responsible to the suffering people of Ghana, and responsible for oversight. When arguments are made that the minority does not support a 1 billion borrowing by the Honorable Minister for Finance, yes, it's true, because we will support a $750 million as he himself programmed in page 232 of the program expenditure of the 2022 budget statement and economic policy. He himself projected that if you look at the exchange rate at 6.48 per dollar to the cedi, he projected 4.8 billion. Exactly, Mr. Speaker, that works out to 750 million US dollars. He therefore should not be expecting us to approve anything further than what was approved in the 2022 budget statement. Therefore, if you now say, I want 1 billion, are you revising your own budget even before you come to Parliament for its revision in a mid-year review? And Mr. Speaker, our ranking member of Finance and his colleagues on the Finance Committee further requested for details on how government intends to spend and retire this expenditure. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 13 of your committee's report. Table 2 is provided there, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned when you say construction of stadia, infrastructure for all African games, when we are aware that this House approved a loan facility for stadia. What then happens to this facility? Then when you say purchasing of rolling stock and spare parts for railways, when we are aware that a $569 million was approved for purpose of railway, what does this $30 million do? Additional or less from it? But Mr. Speaker, Swami entertained 47 million US dollars. The road situation, as I've heard my colleague a number of times, even some of the interventions he's done back at home has not been appreciated. But we are happy that the IMF is working to Swami to get him out of crisis of the roads in Swami. But Mr. Speaker, the Dagombes have a proverb that I don't intend to pay royalties to Alhaji ABF Husseini. But the Dagombes have a proverb that when you sing funeral dirges over a sick person, and the sick person suddenly wakes up, you lose your voice. This side of this house, they were singing funeral dirges to the NDC. President Mahama and the minority blame the NDC. They must take full responsibility for where they have taken this economy to, and stop the blame game and wanting to attribute whether it's COVID, even COVID. By the words of your finance minister, he gained 19 billion Ghana cedis. That's equivalent of $2.5 billion. You won't get that even from the IMF. So what happened to the COVID money? So COVID, blame it and then take advantage of it, and you got 19 billion Ghana cedis. The IMF is not going to give you anything above 2.5 billion. At best, will be 3 billion. Yet COVID alone gave you 2.5 billion. But Mr. Speaker, back to your committee's report, and these are our concerns as a group. May I, with respect, Mr. Speaker, refer you to page 10, paragraph 7.5. Mr. Speaker, maturity period. This country, in the hands of Minister Ken Oforiatta, is suffering from a debt overhang. That debt overhang is going to stagnate growth of the economy, and is going to further worsen cost of living for Ghanaians and standards of living. Because, as indicated by the ranking member, how can you spend 127% of your revenue on debt service and spend 13 billion on debt service? What is his interest in borrowing? That he borrowed, and he borrowed irresponsibly. But Mr. Speaker, when you come to paragraph 7.5, and this is my concern, according to the 2021 debt management report issued by the Ministry of Finance, about 3 billion will be due in 2024. So in 2024, this economy must brace itself for 3 billion to service debt. Where are we going to find that money? But even more worrying is that 1.5 billion of the country's liabilities will also fall due in 2025. Probably, as I've said, if he doesn't go early, he will no longer be the Minister for Finance. He's deferring more of these obligations and burdens to the future. That is why we are saying that there must be a limit to borrowing. But Mr. Speaker, may I, in concluding, refer you to page 8 and paragraph 7.3. This is what the committee had to say. These challenges are further exacerbated by the rapidly dwindling reserves of the Bank of Ghana. So the Bank of Ghana reserves are dwindling. Mr. Speaker, watch the figures there. It says it has declined from 9 billion to about 3 billion. A deficit of 6 billion. So even when you borrow 750 million, you are only going to up your reserve to 3.7 billion. What will that do? What will that do to your terms of trade? What will that do to your epileptic fall of the cedi, which is depreciating against all other currencies? So, Mr. Speaker, I dare ask, how did we get here? How did Ghana get into this hole? Then Ken Oborata wants us to hail him as a superior minister for finance. I'm sorry, we will not. It's a mark of incompetence. He cannot borrow this much, put the country into this economic crisis, and want to walk with pride. He cannot. Mr. Speaker, never in our country's history under the Fourth Republic have we borrowed this much within this short period of time. From 120 billion inherited in January 2017 to over 400 billion. Just in a matter of 5 years. And you say you have superior debt management strategy. With debt management strategy. So it's only proper that we call on the president to dissolve the economic management team and look for better hands. You should dissolve it. Mr. Speaker, finally, I have an obligation to speak for local contractors. And my view is that the Finance Committee and the Ministry of Finance must dedicate some $100 million of this money for the payment of local contractors. Where to find it? I'm looking at the 140 to the $30 million meant for real. That money should go to local contractors. There is a group called the Small Medium Contractors, SMC Group. Many of them are dying early now because they cannot bear the burden of not being paid by the Minister for Roads and the Ministry of Finance. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if you want to appreciate the incompetence of Ken Ofori-Atta, he has borrowed against every reasonable funding sources available to Ghana. ESLA has given him in the last 5 years 22 billion. He's borrowed against it to 2030. Get Fund, he's brought in Dachi, he's borrowed against Get Fund. National Health Insurance is running on a bond. And you say you are a superior economic manager. Superior at where? So, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly, we have a duty to save the economy of Ghana from imminent collapse. We have a duty to save this country from the continuous epileptic fall of the cedi, which is affecting businesses and reducing the cost of doing business in Ghana and affecting living standards. We have a duty to support government to attempt to redeem the economy. We know they cannot. We know they cannot. But we have a duty to support them to attempt to redeem the economy so that John Dramani Mahama in 2025 will only be saddled with a burden of 1.5 billion and then 3 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly, we can get the 750 approved, not 1 billion. We will not support the 250 because its insurance premium is prohibitively expensive. And I said, this is what the Minister for Finance himself requested for. I should thank you for the opportunity. When I listened to the Deputy Leader and Dr. Amin debate, I was asking that government that today leading members of government, so stop singing the funeral dirges over sick people. The NDC is alive and strong. Don't mismanage the economy to the extent that tomorrow we won't know where to start from. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to also add my voice to the appeal to the House to approve of this the report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in the year 1999, there was a declaration even before the NDC went to Congress at Swedru to have Professor Atta Mills coronated as the flag bearer of the NDC. There was no Congress. Today, the member for Tamale South is making another declaration when no Congress with the party has held. It tells of the democratic credentials of the party in opposition. The Speaker, they are so undemocratic that they don't have patience to even hold party congresses to elect their flag bearer. The Speaker, but we are not there. We are not there. We save the occasion. The declaration has been made here in the House, and you expose your backs for comments to be made on the declaration from Tamale South. Mr. Speaker, what we have before us is a report of the Finance Committee on the loan facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and African Export-Import Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, for an amount of $750 million to finance capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is the financing of capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, so this is meant for budgetary support, which indication has been given in the budget. Mr. Speaker, and I thought that was what we're going to limit the comments to. Unfortunately, people want to go into the debate on the anticipated mid-year review, and that is what my colleagues have attempted to do. Mr. Speaker, I will resist that temptation and limit myself to what is before us, except as a matter of record, to set the record straight, because we have no less a person than the Honorable John Jinapor, himself a former Deputy Minister for Energy, saying to us that Ghana is a net exporter of crude oil. Mr. Speaker, I dispute that fact. Mr. Speaker, I dispute that fact because on daily basis, the consumption of petroleum is 120,000 barrels. Mr. Speaker, it's 120,000 barrels. What is our share in the daily production of crude? So what he's saying is incorrect, and he knows it's incorrect. What is our share of the production? What is our share of it? Because what is not yours is not yours. You are aggregating the whole amount and telling us and assuming that is what quantum is available to Ghana. It is not true. You know it's not true. So what you are saying is an incorrect statement that you are making on the floor of this House. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we need a 750. The country needs a 750 million. Mr. Speaker, I don't want, as I said, I don't want to preempt the discussion or the debate on the mid-year review, which will be coming on Monday. Mr. Speaker, we need these amounts, and what they are intended for have been provided for in page 13 of the report. But Mr. Speaker, it's important because people are saying that For instance, they talk about contradictory signals, whereas the Honorable Wadungo is saying that the 47 billion may be inadequate. It's a double counting. Some others are saying that the 47 million for the Swami interchange is inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that, as you all saw, the facility for the construction of the interchange was laid here yesterday. The amount involved is 140 million. A 4-tier interchange is 140 million. This 47 million is to provide for the access road that is beyond the interchange. We should make that distinction so that people understand. Don't box the two together. Otherwise, you may mix the import of the allocation of the 47 million. The Speaker, yes, I agree that we have taken a facility for the construction of the Eastern Corridor, Blocks 5 and 6. But because of the difficulties in drawing down, we are bringing this request we are making this allocation out of the lot for 70 million. It's just to serve, as the ranking member said, as bridge financing. What the House needs to perhaps indicate is that, yes, once you're able to draw down, what happens to the allocation here, the 70 million? We should insist that, yes, we should find good use of the 70 million. Either we pay it back, or maybe we apply it to good use. The Speaker, is the same thing with the construction of stadium infrastructure for all Africa Games. Yes, we've taken a facility for 170 million. Now, just so that we'll be able to step out and begin the construction, because time is very limited. This is supposed to be a bridge financing, the 140 million. Once we're able to draw down on the facility that was laid, indeed approved by this House, then, of course, just to prevent any double expenditure or double counting, the 140 million, this House will have to insist that we put it to some other defined use. The Speaker, that is what it is. So, it's not a case of a repetition or double counting. And for the minority leader, yes, I know oftentimes is a sympathizer who wants to weep more than be bereaved. I thank him for the tears that he has shed for me, for Swami. But let me insist that, Mr. Speaker, this is not occasioned by the demonstration that happened there last week, or even what happened the day before yesterday. The negotiations for this facility, Mr. Speaker, started way back, several months ago. So for those of them who are saying that, oh, this is being occasioned by the demonstration that happened last week, it cannot be accurate. It's an unfortunate statement. But of course, Mr. Speaker, we are here looking for 750 million, and I believe that the House would rise in unison to approve of this facility. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the space granted.
Honourable members, Honourable Minister, I thought they have spoken enough. They agreed that the leaders will be the last one. So I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're asking for your attention. We do not have a quorum to approve this. We don't.
I was again the Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
And we don't have a quorum to approve this.
We're talking about almost a billion.
Yes, Honourable Major, what next?
Mr. Speaker, I guess we go back to the consideration of the exemptions bill. We go back to the exemptions bill.
What
consideration of the exemptions bill?
Sorry?
The consideration of the exemptions bill.
Very well. We will continue with the consideration of the exemptions bill 2022. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Very well. I think we have resolution. Sorry.
Item 11.
Item 11. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 11 on pages 8 and 9 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the resolution advertised in page 8, item 11, does not reflect the approval and need to be amended. Mr. Speaker, yes, item 8 and 9, the resolution as captured does not reflect the approval, the loan agreement before us. Mr. Speaker, if I refer you to page 6 of the committee's report, table 1, the loan is in 2 different tranches and it has 2 different currencies. The approval in the resolution is $750 million US. It is not the same as what is in the agreement before us. And so I urge you to let the table office to take note and reconcile the resolution. Other than that, they may have to come back. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is very important. Yeah, resolution 11, that's what I'm making reference. The resolution 11 talks about $750 million US. Mr. Speaker, the approval is that they are requesting us to approve 200 million euros for tranche A and $101 million for tranche A, and then $350 million US for tranche B. So the currencies must reflect in the resolution. It shouldn't be $750 million US. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, subject to the corrections as pointed out by the ranking member. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the issue raised by my colleague. We are talking about the equivalent of 750 United States dollars. So that expression must find itself in the resolution. Mr. Speaker, that is the only thing. So I think the issue is right. Because the amount is not expressed in United States dollars. You have the euro component, and everything consolidated adds up to $750 million. So the equivalent of a total of 750 million United States dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, subject to that observation, I believe we can put the question on the resolution.
Honourable members, subject to the amendments preferred by the ranking member, all in favour of the resolution. All in favour of the resolution, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution, subject to the amendments preferred by the Honourable Ranking Member. The second Deputy Speaker shall take the seat now. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Speaker, may we now go on to item 22 on page 17, and the tax exemption bill, other consideration.
Yes, Honourable members. Honourable members,
We shall continue the tax exemption bill at the consideration stage. Let's turn to page 17, sorry. Page 17.
Mr. Speaker, we are at page, I guess it's page 9. Huh? Speaker,
is it 17?
17.
Yes.
Now, Speaker, we are to move to clause 6. Haven't put the question on clause 5. Mr. Speaker, even though there are no advertised amendments, clause 6, the chairman says he has advertised amendment, but with your leave, I will seek to amend sub-clause 2, but let's hear him on sub-clause 1.
Can I have a copy of the bill, please? Very well. So, honourable members, we turn to clause 6.
Negotiations and approval of exemption.
Yes, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment I have in respect of clause 6 is on subclauses 5, and therefore I would suggest that if his is on 1, that we listen to him before we go to my amendment.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, negotiations and approval of exemptions. Even the head note, must it be negotiations or negotiation? And then exemptions or exemption. I'm just drawing attention so that the draft person will look at the head note. No, but for head note. Then, Mr. Speaker, clause 6.1. A person shall not negotiate or enter into an agreement to grant an exemption except with the prior written approval of the minister. Now, that person there, who are we referring to? That person there, who are we referring to? Because you have ministries, you have departments, you have agencies. I know it's official, but when you say a person, maybe we are simply saying that there can be no grant of tax exemption except with the prior written approval of the minister. That is what I construe from it. But I'll hear from the modern drafters. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I get a point of the minority leader. The person there represents ministers and representatives of departments, ministries, departments, and agencies, and all covered entities. That is what the person there represents. And this provision is to cure the tendency for people who are negotiating commercial agreements to negotiate as part of the negotiation of the commercial agreement, tax exemption as part of that negotiation. So that provision is to apply not just to persons in the sense of entities, but also individuals.
Very well. So, yes, honorable member for Esikado.
One of the things we need to do is to provide clarity. And so when you say person in the law, in these circumstances, I'm thinking about a legal person. Now, we are being told by the honorable member that it can be legal or natural. Perhaps we must state that a person, legal or natural, then it is clear. Because you may, if we should leave it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can see that the Honorable Chairman, even though he's not, he hasn't been called to the bar, he knows the law quite well. Shaking his head, and also my friend Haruna, so I'll leave it.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore proceed to move my amendment in respect of Clause 6, Subclause 5.
Mr. Speaker, may I with respect and with your leave, seek your leave to amend Clause 6.2. And Mr. Speaker, it reads, an agreement reached between parties to grant an exemption is of no effect and is not enforceable against the state unless subsection 1 has been complied with. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking to do here is that any grant of an exemption is of no effect and not enforceable against the state unless it's complied with 1. You don't need to put in those words, an agreement reached between parties. An agreement reached between parties to grant. You are simply saying that any grant of tax exemption, you don't need to add the word grant, which does not have the Minister for Finance prior approval, is void and of no effect. So say so. But to begin the construction with an agreement reached between parties.
So what will be the rendition?
It should just be an exemption granted is of no effect and is not enforceable against the state unless it's complied with subsection 1 of this. The drafters will improve it, but agreement between parties.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I am tempted to go along with the minority leader, but I just want to suggest something for his. I just want to suggest something for his consideration, and I will take his guidance. What is he seeking to cure? It's public officers, public officers, and negotiating and signing agreements. So the focus is to say that agreement you reach, it's not just the exemption, but the agreement that relates to the exemption that you have granted itself is null and void. That is the sense. I don't know if it makes any difference. But if we just say exemption, it does not bring out the fact that the law is seeking to nullify an agreement that has been reached between the parties. That is what I wanted to suggest for his guidance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting very confused. Why are we making a law which is seeking to do that? When you enter into an agreement is an international economic transaction, and you don't follow the provisions of the Constitution, it's unenforceable. So are we talking about exemptions? Because it is parliamentary approval which is necessary to give legal effect to these agreements. The agreements that we enter into as Ministry Department and agencies, the usual condition is that it contains condition precedents. The agreement will come into effect only if A, B, C, D, value for money audit, public Procurement Act has been complied with, approval by Parliament. What are we trying to add? Are we trying to add another level that has to be satisfied before the contract is enforceable? Is that what we are seeking to do?
Well, let me hear another subject.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I see the wisdom in the minority leader's position. No. And I further want to suggest that the provision reads this way. An agreement to grant an exemption is of no effect unless subsection 1 is complied with. This is because an agreement that is of no effect is not enforceable. There's no need for us to legislate over the enforceability. In fact, it is the court that will determine the enforceability or otherwise of an agreement. So where the evidence is led to establish that the agreement failed to comply with a provision in the law, then the court will make that pronouncement. So there's no need to legislate to say that an agreement that is of no effect is not enforceable at all. All that we are saying is that an agreement to grant an exemption, if it fails to comply with subsection 1, it's of no effect. So I suggest that he reads an agreement to grant an exemption is of no effect unless subsection 1 is complied with. Thank you.
Let me come to Boffi Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under our Investment Promotion Act, we have given the power to the Commission to negotiate exemptions. There is a provision there that relates to granting exemptions and the power to negotiate the exemptions. And after negotiating the exemptions, they are required to submit the request to the Finance Minister for approval. But in clause 1, you are in effect amending your GIPC legislation by saying that they can no longer even begin the negotiation until they make a prior request to the Finance Minister for authorization to negotiate. That's something I need to draw your attention to. Do you want the situation where any time that the Investment Promotion Commission is involved in negotiations for exemption, that they request for authorization from the Finance Minister even before they engage in that? If that's what you want to achieve, then we must be conscious of the fact that subclause 1 amends some critical provisions of our Investment Promotion Commission legislation. Now, coming to the discussions, I think that we are really not achieving anything, and we are not losing much by leaving it the way it is. Because as has been argued here, if it hasn't gotten parliamentary ratification, it is of no effect anyway. It is of no effect. But if we provide that it is of no effect, we don't commit any sin by also providing that it is of no effect. Except that we have wasted our time. Pardon?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary approval is restricted or is compulsory when it's an international economic transaction. What about if exemption is for an entity which is not an international entity? Because we are assuming that these exemptions are only for foreign international bodies. If it's not an international, please. If it's not an international economic transaction, it does not come to Parliament for the approval under 1815. The last speaker was talking about approval under Article 1815. That deals with international economic transactions. Now, I'm saying that if it is not an international economic transaction, then it does not come under Article 1815. However, since it's to do with taxation, it comes under the general provision that says that tax matters are dealt with by Parliament. So even if it doesn't come under Article 1815, it is covered by the general provision that says that the power to impose tax or not to impose tax is a power restricted to Parliament. All the honourable member is trying to do, the chairman of the Finance Committee is trying to do, is to ensure that there's sanity in the public sector, in the sense that everybody brings his documents to the Finance Ministry for the Finance Minister to look at before. The Honourable Ayaga was saying that if you are not careful, you have to seek permission from the Finance Minister before you can even start the negotiation. Yes, it can be interpreted that way. And it will be sad if it's interpreted that way, because it will put another clog in the ease of doing business. But we can say that after you have negotiated, you need approval from the Finance Minister. Maybe we can say that.
Chairman, I'm coming. Well.
The Speaker, the point Honourable Ayaga raised has been addressed under clause 16.5, where exemptions relating to GIPC have been dealt with. And if GIPC determines that a particular request for an incentive regime requires attention, they are required within 5 days before it's sent to the Finance Minister. They are not allowed to start negotiating of exemptions of any kind without first getting the Finance Minister to step in and do the negotiations.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman's response to the Honourable Ayerga's concern is not satisfactory, because we have approved of clause 2.3. We said that where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the provisions of this Act and any other enactment. So for his purposes, you are referring to enactment like the GIPC Act. So let's find a way to assure him, because in your clause 2, we are certain that where there is conflict, this will prevail. But this must not prevail at the death of the GIPC Act. No. Parliament chose to delegate its mandate to the GIPC to be granting tax exemptions on his behalf. However, Mr. Speaker, on clause 6, we can make progress. I'm abandoning my amendment. But what we're seeking to do, not that is the best. If you want me to litigate, I'll litigate. The Constitution in Article 2 uses the word void. So you could have said that an exemption is void, and adding the word "and is not enforceable," and that's what the Honourable Nelson Dafemepo was arguing about. Once you say something is void and of no effect, must you add the words "is not enforceable"? You shouldn't. That's not elegant. You are being tautological. So we are just saying that knit it up. But you cannot say something is of no effect, is void, and then repeat that it is not enforceable. It is not said in law. You are repeating yourself. The void is in Article 2. Yes, so maybe we can even use void there instead of the no effect. You see, Article 1(2) of the Constitution, be void. The Constitution uses the word be void. So just stop there, be void. The rest of the words should go. Except that you add the words that if it is not complying with subsection 1, which gives a mandate to the minister. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman. Now he's abandoning his proposed amendment. So let's see the amendment to clause 2 and you put the question. Just give us the rendition.
No, clause 2, I have no amendment, but I have no amendment in relation to clause 2. Oh, clause 2, I don't have any amendment.
Oh, very well.
I have an amendment in respect of 6.2.
Let's hear you.
Speaker, I propose that the provision reads, an agreement to grant an exemption is of no effect unless subsection 1 is complied with. So we take away rates between parties, and then not enforceable against the state. We take all that out. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members.
An agreement to grant an exemption is void unless subsection 1 is complied with. But void and voidable.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 6(2). All those in favour of the amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Now we move to
Mr. Speaker. You see, we are now reading through. I'm compelled to come before Chairman because he's on subclause 5. I have problems with subclause 3. Subclause 3, so I seek your leave. It reads, where an exemption is contained in a contract. What if it is not in a contract? What if it's not in a contract? What happens? My first observation. To be placed before Parliament for approval. You've prejudiced Parliament's role. We can approve, we can disapprove. When you put in a law approval, it means one-way corner. We must approve. There's something wrong for it. So you must substitute the word approval for consideration. So I just thought that we should clean it up. But where an exemption is contained in a contract, when you came with 1D1, perfect. But when you came for 1D1F exemptions, were they in a contract? They were not. So why are you using the word contract? I have difficulty with it. So where an exemption is to be placed before Parliament for approval, the contract shall be accompanied with. Then we are good to go, Mr. Speaker. Is to be placed before Parliament for consideration, not approval, for consideration.
Honourable, that's the proposed amendment by the minority leader. Yes, honourable member for Boko Central, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, when that contract is brought to the House, it is brought for the approval of the House. We could decline approval, but the object of bringing the contract is for approval. Don't forget that consideration is a term of art in this House. Consideration is a term of art in this House. It denotes a certain stage in the legislative process. So let's not use that word loosely, because we know what it means in this House. When we bring a contract here, it is for our approval. If we refuse to approve, then we say we are not approving. But the object of bringing it here is for approval. So I think that the rendition to be brought to Parliament for approval is an appropriate rendition. So it should be left that way.
Very well. Very well. Let's hear you, Honourable.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, perhaps we could add for consideration and approval, because if you go under section 7.3 of the bill, it says that the minister may make a recommendation to cabinet for consideration. They use the same clause. So meanwhile, when the minister makes the recommendation to cabinet, it's also for approval. I suppose so. Cabinet must approve before it will be further forwarded to Parliament for approval. So if the sense we want to gather from that exercise is that it will be considered and approved or disapproved of, then I suggest that we add approval to the phrase consideration. For consideration and approval, consequentially.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member for Boko Central has indicated, the purpose for bringing it to Parliament will be for Parliament to approve of it. That's the purpose. We may decline the approval, but ultimately the purpose for bringing it here is for approval. Mr. Speaker, when the Constitution provides that ministers nominated by the President should have prior approval, why didn't the Constitution say that it should be for consideration and prior approval? It is that the purpose. is for the approval. We may decline.
Okay.
So, just in line with Article 78, what we are doing now, the tax 174, it must be subject to the prior approval of Parliament. Right now, 174(2). Before then, we do the consideration before we approve of same or not. Speaker, equally so for even the approval of budgets. When the estimate comes before us, if for approval, we may decline the approval. But that's the language of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we don't need to place heads over this.
Speaker, all that I'm saying is that then consequentially, the language employed under 7.3 should also be looked at. Under 7.3, if we go to 7.3, that's cabinet. The essence is also for approval, isn't it? Yes, but I'm saying that, you see, consistency. Leader, sometimes... Very well.
Yes, let me listen to a gender voice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every request for approval placed before Parliament would have to go through the consideration phase. So including that phrase in there would be superfluous. Now, the amendment proposed by the minority leader, I believe, should read, where a request for exemption is to be placed before Parliament for approval, the contract should be accompanied with the following. So it's the request that's placed before Parliament for approval, I think.
Very well.
Speaker, I see that some people are religious about language used in the Constitution. Then the word placed before Parliament, go to Article 171, 181, is laid before Parliament. So the word placed before Parliament be substituted for what is in the Constitution. That's what that's the romance the leader has with words. Laid before Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I just referred to Article 179, subclause 5. The estimate shall be laid before Parliament. So the word placed before Parliament be substituted for laid before Parliament. But I agree with the Honourable Minister for Communications improvement of my earlier rendition, except that I see the chairman is still fighting that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, let me listen to you. I will come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Also, there is reference to the act of presenting it to Cabinet and using Cabinet as a basis for requesting that the rendition in relation to Parliament should also be consideration. But it should be noted that Cabinet, under our Constitution, is not meant to approve transactions. You have amended it. Okay. So henceforth, let all drafters know that Cabinet under our Constitution is not a body meant to approve anything. They are supposed to assist the President. So let not anybody bring a document here that vests Cabinet with that power to approve or disapprove documents before they come to Parliament.
Yes, let me go to the chairman. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm reacting to the amendment made first by the minority leader and supported by Honorable Esla Eku. Various requests come here for approval. Sometimes they come in the form of contracts. So you have an agreement in which you have a provision that so and so taxes are exempted. As we get into the bill, we would see that where there's such a contract, it's supposed to be accompanied by certain things. Now, you could also have a situation where it is not a contract, where it is maybe contained in a broad contract, but in accordance with 1742, you ought to bring a request, if you like, for a resolution. So that wouldn't be a contract. And the provisions under 6.3 would not apply because they wouldn't be contract. 7.3 is specifically dealing with exemptions that are contained in contracts. So we may not need the amendment suggested, otherwise we will lose the objective of this particular provision in the bill.
Clause
7.3.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the clause 5, whatever is to come to Parliament, clause 5.1, is in the form of a request, whether it's contained in a contract or whatever. Whatever comes to Parliament, any application that comes to Parliament, is in the form of a request, which is what 5.1 provides. The power to the A, which is now going to be B, submit a request for the exemption to Parliament. And indeed, the 6.3, which is a sequel to 5.1, is indicating that whatever the form of exemption that is sought, it should come to Parliament via a request to Parliament from the Minister. So I agree to the rewording. It should just read where a request for exemption to be laid before Parliament for approval, the request shall be accompanied with so and so. So we can deal with that. And the request could be in any form, whether a contract or whatever. So, Mr. Speaker,
Leader, can you give the rendition again?
Mr. Speaker, it should read where a request for an exemption is to be laid before Parliament for approval, the request shall be accompanied with, and then A, B, C, D, E, F.
Do you have any? Very well. So
Mr. Speaker, I'm now understanding the chairman. You know, in this Parliament, when we are considering commercial contract agreement, like the Ministry of Road on Swami, inbuilt in that agreement will be a proviso of tax exemptions, which is a contract, like contract to do an interchange, Swami interchange. He knows why. Mr. Speaker, so the contract used here is a technical word that the chairman is referring to. To the extent that it's a technical word, we don't need to substitute it with request. It means that, and it's one of the leakages here, when they just bring agreement, those smuggling, pardon my word, tax exemption, then we grant all the exemptions under that contract. Then we blame Ministry of Finance. Yet, when you are approving the contract, you grant that tax exemption. So he is referring to contract as a technical term for this purpose. If that is it, then it can stand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition proposed by leader is very simple. A contract is a form of agreement. So instead of distinguishing between a contract, what do you call it, 1D, 1F, is it necessarily a contract? But we are actually approving tax exemptions for them. So the rendition by the leader, it makes it simple so that whatever request you make, whether it's a contract or an ordinary agreement, you go through this process. So we avoid the use of the word contract or agreement altogether. So leader's proposal, for me, make it very simple encaptures everything. You do not need to use the word contract in this particular relation.
Very well. Now I'll put the question on sub-clause 3.
I thought the last point I heard from leader was to the effect that exemption should be request for exemption, but that we leave the contract. That was leader's final submission as I heard it. And at the risk of repeating myself, I'm saying that 1D1F, for instance, is not a contract. It's not a contract. It's just a request. Now, for that reason, the provisions under 6.3 would not apply. There are other provisions in this bill that will deal with those matters. What we're looking to cure by this, it's where exemption provisions are smuggled into agreements, and then those agreements are passed inadvertently by Parliament. This is what this is seeking to tackle, and I worry that if we mix it up with the general exemptions, we will lose the import.
Very well.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, number one, request is not defined in the bill. Request is not defined. So we may have to define it. Oh, why? We are using request as a technical term. So my proposal is that the provision should read, where a request for an exemption is laid before Parliament, so that request will be explained to include contracts, other policies and programs that come before the House.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I first made the submission that we can do away with the word contracts, but upon reflection and given the explanation given by the chairman, there is something that I will explain subsequently to the Honorable Government Abuja, and you understand. So I guess we'll have the rendition where a request for an exemption is contained in a contract is to be laid before Parliament for approval. The contract shall be accompanied with. And then we move on. So I think that's a better rendition. Honorable Governors and Honorable Dafemoko, there is something that will explain to you subsequently behind the curtain.
Leader, let's get your rendition.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition is where a request for an exemption is contained in a contract to be laid before Parliament for approval, the contract shall be accompanied with.
Very well.
And then, yeah.
So, honourable members, the proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3 by the majority leader, all those in favour of those amendments say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3 is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I can move on to my amendment for 6.5. Still 6.3?
We've done with 6.3. No. A new. But then we should have added it to the. Okay, let's hear you.
I think this is a very good opportunity if we really want to have a tax exemption regime that actually works. It will be important that the items on Dix 3 include a value for money audit report if the contract was procured through a restricted procurement. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, what we do here, which is very wrong many of the times, is to, at the time of approving a contract, automatically grant a tax exemption and say that GRA and its agencies, that the things we are granting the exemptions on would be, the exemptions will take place. But if you are requesting that under a contract, all these things should be brought, at that time, then the sponsor should be able to come here with a value for money audit as an addition, so that when we are granting the exemption, we know that surely these items are part of it.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, so what the Honorable Kwame Agboje is seeking to do is to seek your leave to add a new sub-clause as J, which should read a value for money report of the contract. A value for money report of the contract. You don't even need to add the contract. So you just add a new sub-clause G to read value for money report. Then it's enough. You don't need to explain it. The contract must be accompanied by a VFM report. If that is acceptable, that's what they're seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, I have a small one I want to bring to Chairman's attention. 3E. The word implications, if you have no objection, it should be substituted for impact. The impact of the exemption on programmed revenue, not implications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, let's deal with leaders' proposal to substitute impact with implications. That's E. So if it is acceptable, then I'll put it. Implication with impact. So all those in favor of that amendment to clause 6 of clause 3E, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to substitute implication with impact is hereby carried. Now we come to the addition, the proposed addition by Honourable Kwame Agboje.
Yes, there's a reason we should add if the contract was procured through a restricted method, because if the contract was done through competitive bidding, there will be no need for value for money audit. If you do an open tender, you will not need value for money at the time of procurement. Is only required when you use restricted method of procurement according to the Public Procurement Act. So if you were to bid for the construction of this building and you use traditional method, you open bid and people quoted their figure, you can't go back and do value for money and reduce that contract. That is the end of it. It's a new clause.
So what will be the rendition?
So the rendition will be, if after the preamble of 3, he said one of the things, so G, the contract shall be accompanied with a value for money audit report if the contract was procured through restricted method. Also, yeah, well, source is one of the methods of restricted tendering. Yes. 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 EPC, all the 10 key, they are all restricted.
May we say that if bank was not awarded through competitive, if it was not awarded through, but it's restrictive tendering where you have, say, 3 companies. It is still competitive. So we should be careful. Maybe we should say sole source and restrictive tendering and spell those things out there and then it's clear.
Let me go to Kwadaso first.
Well, Speaker, I want my honourable friend to differentiate between his proposed amendment and 3A. That talks about a detailed assessment of the value of the anticipated exemptions contained in the contract. I don't know if what he's proposing can find expression under A. So I need some deviation between your proposal and 3A. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, A basically talks about the things you are seeking exemptions on. So normally they do an attachment and tells you these are the items they are having the waivers on. However, the entire project is taken through a value for money audit. So it's not only those items listed by the GRA that they consider. They consider other things other than the things they list in the schedule. That is why you need an additional clause G. Like the chairman said.
Would you like to consider the expression open tender? We're struggling with competitive, but I think open tender, where it is not open tender, solves the problem.
Yes. Available.
Yes, not through open tender.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, because I really don't understand what this amendment is all about. We are talking about agreements, we are talking about contracts that have been entered into, and in the execution, there are tax implications, and so you are granting tax exemptions. What has that got to do with whether the contract itself was through competitive bidding or sole sourcing, that you must disclose it at this stage? What really would be the effect, the value in that disclosure at this stage? That's what I'm trying to understand. How beneficial and how useful is the disclosure of the way by which we came into that contract at this stage?
Mr. Speaker, it's very, very crucial in the sense that during value for money, you are basically trying to determine whether the amount allocated for a particular activity is actually what you should use. So you may have a situation where you say you want a tax waiver on 20 bags of cement, but in actual fact, you are not even supposed to use 20 bags of cement. You are supposed to use 10 bags of cement. So it is only when that contract, which is procured through restricted method, comes here, then you can be sure that when they say it's 10 bags, it is 10 bags, because ever so often, including this week, which we are going to do, we are going to grant tax waivers in anticipation that somebody else's job will be to determine whether that 33 million euros for some interchange is actually what it should cost. That is the whole point of putting that, how do you call it, provision in there, so that by the time the thing appears in this house, when we see a figure and items listed in terms of the schedule of waivers, we know that surely this is the exact number of items or activities that we are waiving the tax on. So it's not to determine procurement at this stage, but to determine that the things upon which we are waiving the tax are what we are supposed to do. Otherwise, when we waive this, they will still have to go back and do value for money if they are procured through restricted tendering.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that a number of scenarios create exemption requirements. One, if there's an investment and the investment requires that some incentives should be given, which incentives are in the nature of tax exemption, that investment agreement has already been negotiated, and then the tax component is brought to us to accept and grant exemption to. Now, when you're talking about procurements, the procurement itself should have been completed. You want to construct a road. It is not when you come requesting for tax exemptions that we should be interested in how did you procure the road, whether it was sole sourcing or it was competitive tendering. That process is completed, the value of the contract is determined, and the tax component is also determined, and that is what is being brought to us so that we will grant exemption. So why are we interested in being told exactly how the contract was procured
whether it was sole sourcing or whether it's competitive bidding, how does that help us at the stage of granting exemption for an amount that is already determined, for which we are being told that the tax component is X amount, and we are bringing it to you for your approval? How the procurement was done our business? So I'm saying that that provision is unnecessary. That's why I don't think that we should bother ourselves including that, because then it means that at the stage of approving exemptions, then we in this house will be imposing on ourselves another due diligence on the contract. No, but that is no, the due diligence process. When you bring the contract to the committees, don't they do due diligence? Pardon? Well, but they are supposed to do that at the point of which of the committees? The finance committee and the sector committee, if it's an infrastructure committee. So that's what they're supposed to do. But why are you bringing it to the level of approval of tax exemptions? That doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. The fact that they have failed to do their work at the committee level, you are bringing it to approval of tax exemptions. That's double work, assuming they start doing their work at the committee level. So they will do it at the committee level, then we will come and also do tax exemption level.
Yes, let me come to
Mr.
former
Speaker,
Attorney General.
I support Honorable Ayaga. We should be careful. We should be careful so that we don't create so many obstacles into doing business in Ghana. You have a contract. You have a contract that you are bringing to Parliament. We are being told that where it is sole sourced, you must add a value for money audit. Where it is not sole sourced and is by competitive tendering, that process of competitive tendering by itself determines the value. But I will even add that even in some cases where it is not sole sourced, there have been times that we have added a value for money audit. So by the time the contract comes to Parliament, there has been an audit of the value of the contract, either through the competitive tendering process or through a value for money audit when there is a sole tendering process. Now we are being told that there should be another value for money audit, which will audit whether or not the 10 bags of cement or whether or not that portion of the contract relating to a tax has not also somehow been compromised in some way. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, if we are not careful, and I ask all of us to look at it, if we are not careful, nobody will do business in Ghana. Nobody will come and do business in Ghana because we are putting too many impediments in the way. Transparency is important, but you cannot cut off your nose to spite your face. There's already been an audit of the situation. If it's sole sourcing, the people will add value for money audit. If it's by competitive tendering, that process itself cleans it up so that what comes to Parliament already the value has been audited in a way. Why do we want to impose another value for money audit? I mean, Mr. Speaker, the practical terms is that when you take a contract to finance today have about 3 or 4 companies who do the value for money audit. When you take a contract to finance for value for money audit, it can take 6 months before it comes out. So you sign your contract, the first contract, it takes 6 months, then you come back, and then you are coming for the agreement or for the exemption, that takes another value for Mr. Speaker. By the time you finish the entire process, the 4-year term would have finished.
Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised at my senior colleague with his reason for asking. In fact, not too long ago, he was my minister at the Ministry of Rail. Indeed, all the agreements he brought to Parliament never came with any value for money audit. We approved them here and then asked the Finance Ministry to go and do that. And guess what? We've never even seen any of the value for money audit report from the day he started and the day he ended. We've always been complaining. The point is that nobody is asking us to do anything that imposes any additional.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, he mentioned my name, and I need to clarify because it's going on the record. The contract that we signed, the condition precedence included value for money audit, and that is why you approved it. So even when you approved it in Parliament, the condition did not come into effect until a value for money audit had been done. And the reason why you agreed to approve it before was that if we had gone to, it was taking too long at the Ministry of Finance. That's exactly the point I'm making. So don't suggest that there was something untoward or wrong with the contract that we did. Don't suggest that. We came to Parliament for approval, and Parliament's approval said subject to a value for money audit. So the conditional approval you gave us.
Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with him as a person. It's a weakness in the House. And indeed, in this House, we've had agreements that came to this House that included value for money audit. We've actually insisted on some project, go and bring value for money audit, and they went and brought it. Indeed, to say that value for money audit takes 6 months, so we shouldn't do it, is basically saying that when you go to court and the process takes 10 years to give you justice, go and do your personal justice somewhere else. That is what you are trying to say, and I'm saying that we in Parliament should not encourage that. What we are saying is simple. If you are coming to this House, and the point is that it is not even about what form of contract we're talking about. I only added if it's restricted, just to make sure that indeed, if Parliament opens a bid to buy this, what do you call an item, and the whole world bidded, whatever figure it becomes, by practice, is deemed to have been through a competitive process. So nobody in Parliament will turn out and say that it is not competitive enough, even if the price is high. That is the standard. However, if you were to call one entity and say, give me the price of this chair, and they tell you it's 10 cedi, what shows that it couldn't have been cheaper? That is the whole point of value for money. So we are not saying we should impose anything else on ourselves. Indeed, I agree with leader who always have been saying that this House should even have the capacity to do value for money auditing by ourselves, because that process that the finance ministry carries out in itself has got weaknesses. Like you said, who actually selects those 3 companies you are talking about at the finance ministry? Do you know how they selected? By somebody's will. By somebody's will. Whether they are actually giving us value for money by their selection itself is also another problem. When we want auditors, Ghana Audit Service actually does bid for people who audit government books in this country. But the value for money, there's no audit for that. It's another thing we can discuss on another day. So unless this House has the capability where when the road minister lays a bill or you lay a bill, there will be somebody who will be able to advise the committee that the value of that project is reasonable, we should be relying on the finance ministry. So this clause is not to kill business in this country. It's actually supposed to derive value for money for the country. It's as simple as that. Even if it takes 10 years, Mr. Speaker, even if it takes 10 years to derive value for money for this country, this House should not be seen to be saying that it takes 6 months to carry out some. Mr. Speaker, if it takes 6 months to save $20 million, and I've been saying this, when the agreement for Ridge Hospital was brought to this House, it was under the NDC government. It was myself and Honorable Opoku Prempe who stopped the minister from coming to the floor. We stopped him at the committee level. When they did value for money, Mr. Speaker, we saved $20 million on that project, which was reapplied. Tell me 6 months was more important than the $20 million we saved. No, the mechanism was because we asked them to go and bring the value for money audit before we approved it. In this case, we are not demanding it here.
Honourable members.
Speaker, the last contribution.
I'm coming.
I'm not saying that. Let me put on record. I have nothing against value for money audit. What me and Honorable Ayaga are saying that we shouldn't do 2 value for money audits. When there's a value for money audit for the project, there's a value for money audit for the project. But what is being suggested, our understanding, I want clarification, is that you do a value for money audit only for the tax exemption part. Because the point is that if it is a sole source contract, you will do a value for money audit, which will include whether or not within that contract there's an attempt to be corrupt with regards to the exemption. Because the value for money audit of a contract which includes a cost for tax exemption, we'll look at the whole thing, including the cost for tax exemption. Am I right? So if that has been done, is it necessary for us? I mean, I'm saying the same thing. I have nothing against value for money audit. All I'm saying is that once it's a sole source contract, as you are saying, we have to do a value for money audit. So if we have done that value for money audit for the sole source contract, when it comes here for the exemption for the taxation, should we do another value for money? We should add a copy. Then we are saying the same thing.
Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't see where this hair splitting is coming from. Mr. Speaker, if you read clause 5, it provides that the minister, when he has a request for exemption, he should submit that request to assessment. He should assess. It's the minister who assesses it. The assessment of it is to ensure that the exemption is consistent with the economic management of this country so that we don't lose money unnecessarily. What is the impact on the economy? Now, what 6 is providing is that the minister, having done the assessment, when he's coming here, he should supply Parliament with what he has done. So I'm surprised about this hair splitting. Is the minister what he has done? He should accompany that request for exemptions to Parliament with the criteria. That is what it is. Mr. Speaker, my big brother sitting here and he said that I'm wrong, and then he said that it's an aside.
I'm surprised that a such an experienced legislator, small heckling, is responding. You shouldn't respond to me.
So, Mr. Speaker, I go with the Honorable Abuja, because we are talking about the impact of the exemption on the economy. We need to be furnished with the assessment conducted by the minister. The criteria set out here is what the minister is required to do. You have done that. When you're coming, come and convince us that this is right. Right, so it comes to Parliament with a request. We want to see the detailed assessment of the value that you have done. It's from the minister. Of course, nothing precludes us, if we are not satisfied, from doing our own due diligence. But this, what is set out here, is supposed to come from the minister. Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. And that is why I agree with the new proposal that is coming from the Honorable Kwame Abuja, that we should say that. I would want to suggest to him, as the way of further amendment, that we should not restrict it to restrictive tendering. Yes, because we are in this country, we know what goes on. Even competitive bidding, we know what happens. Why are you exempting that? It should be across board. We shouldn't qualify it. Whether it's competitive bidding or what. The minister, when he's coming, should furnish us with the details of these. The Speaker, that is what it is. With what is contained here, a detailed assessment of the value of the anticipated exemptions, whatever process that we went through to procure the services or maybe the goods, we should be furnished with the details of it. So I agree with him, but I want to suggest that we further amend it. We shouldn't restrict it to restrictive tendering processes.
Asking for the document to state how procurement was done, or no, or is he asking for
the amendment, the further amendment proposed by my colleague, is adding a new subclause to 3. That is G, wherever is located. A new subclause to 3, which is providing for the minister to come with a value for money assessment or audit, however it's called, assessment that he might have done, he should accompany this, what is provided here. And he is saying that it should be, that should be restricted to restricted tendering. And I'm saying that no, it should be open. Whatever request for exemption that is coming, we should have that provided by the minister. That is the little addition, that the little amendment, further amendment that I've done to his own proposal.
Very well. So, Honorable, can you give us the rendition, taking into consideration what leader has just said, that it shouldn't be only restricted to restrictive tendering?
The reason the leader said that is quite simple, because if in the ministers, fortunately, it's the Minister of Finance that carries out the...
Just give us the rendition.
So the agreement shall be accompanied with a value for money assessment report. Report, yes.
Very well. So, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3, G. We are adding G. All those, honorable, let's move on.
Yes, he just indicated in a conversation when I sought clarification from him that it may not be in all cases that you will have a value for money audit. So I want us to add at the tail end of his amendment, a further amendment, where applicable. Yes, where applicable.
Honourable members,
you read your rendition, because we don't even know his final rendition, Mr. Speaker. What is his final rendition as further amended by the majority leader? What is his final rendition as further amended by the majority leader? He should state it and let's hear him, so that you see that my proposal that where applicable will be necessary.
Mr. Speaker, leader helped us by saying that if you read part of 5, it says that the minister is required to assess the request before coming to the House. After that assessment, the minister could determine that, oh, this project was procured through a competitive bidding. So when they are coming to this House, he could basically say that this project doesn't require a value for money audit.
Well noted.
So the rendition should be accompanied by a value for money assessment report.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Please, we are sitting here. Let's respond to the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to add subclause G is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I proceed to do my amendment to subclause 5, and the amendment seeks to split that subclause into 2 subclauses. And the first is this: the exemptions in an application for exemptions laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. That is the amendment. And that is the first. The existing provision says an exemption vetted by the minister and placed before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament and proceeds to create other requirements. Now, what I'm doing is to split it, and therefore the first part is the exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. And then it stands alone. We'll go to the next.
But then let's finish with the amendment.
Yes.
You said you are splitting it into 2. Let's have the conversation.
So I'm splitting it into 2. So the 5 will be left with this. that the exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament in order that honourable members may get the import of this. I would like to add what the other amendment I want to attach. Now then we proceed in the subsequent subclause where Parliament varies the exemptions referred to in subclause 5. The Minister shall within 14 days from the date the Minister receives the variation notification notify the persons concerned and give effect to the variation. These two amendments are to replace the existing 5.
Honourable members, that is the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. It's before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable Member for.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I think the proposed amendment by the chairman is in place. In the first place, he just restated what we wanted to do by giving powers to Parliament. In fact, just recently, they were able to reduce the amount of tax exemption to be granted to an entity. The second part of what he's saying is that since you have done this negotiation with the developer or the interested party, if Parliament goes ahead to reduce that amount or vary it, it is just necessary for you to inform the owner of the agreement that we are not going to give you an X amount of tax exemption, but we are going to give you Y. I think it's an appropriate thing to do.
Yes, Honourable Member for Scado.
Mr. Speaker, I found it a little curious, to say the least. You negotiate an agreement with somebody, which includes tax exemptions. The person knows that that agreement is subject to approval by Parliament. A typical example was when I was Attorney General. We negotiated the Vodafone agreement. We gave them all kinds of, there were certain clauses. We came to Parliament, and Parliament said that, no, we should go and change it. They suggested other changes. Why are you putting in this clause that you must inform the person? Why? Law does not state the obvious. That what you have negotiated is subject to approval by Parliament. If Parliament does not approve it, Parliament does not approve it. Parliament can suggest to you that you, the minister, go back and make these changes. Then it's up to the party to decide whether he's prepared to go forward with that exemption, because it seems to suggest that once the change has been made by Parliament and you are notified, you, the person, are bound by it. That is what it seems to suggest. It says that the change shall be made and within 28 days you shall be notified. And that seems to suggest that once you are, so the change, you come here, you are looking for exemption for 10 cities, for example. Parliament says that we'll give you an exemption for 5 cities. Then the only responsibility of the minister is to inform you that X, Y company, when I took the 10 cities, they didn't agree. But what they agreed on was the 5 cities. And as if you are bound by the 5 cities. No. When Parliament does not approve it, it does not approve it. Pardon me.
Is the provision at the previous one from the ministry was that provisional? Whatever you get is a substantive tax exemption. I'll get your point. So, Chairman, you want to just vary it a bit so that we can make progress?
Yes, Speaker, in some of these matters, I can understand that we, the practitioners, we think and feel differently from the lawyers. You know, in practice, when I say we think differently, you think better than we do. So I don't have to. What I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it is entirely possible that Parliament varies the exemption, and the persons, the counterparties, would not know immediately. We are only trying to prompt the minister that this variation is important and let the person hear it immediately. That is the point of this. Even though you could expect that even without the law providing for that, a conscientious and responsive minister will do that. It does not hurt if we compel the minister to notify the counterparty so that the counterparty may look at whatever remedies they have and act accordingly. If it's not harmful, I will respectfully suggest to our senior colleagues
that we leave it there, it is not harmful. Mr. Speaker, but he doesn't end at notify. He says he shall notify the person concerned and give effect to the variation. That is why I agree with him that he doesn't think like us lawyers. Yeah. Because if you put in this act that you notify the person and give effect to the variation, then what you are doing is that you are legislating, you are taking away the freedom of contract. You are saying that once me, the business person, I bring my proposal to Parliament, Parliament can change it. And then the minister, the exemption, yes, Parliament can change the exemption and then give effect to what they change. It means I'm bound by what Parliament does. Is that what we are seeking to do? To bind, to let our decision bind the party? Yes, so why don't you, yes, you should write, shall notify the person concerned. But yes, you stop there. And you don't say give effect to the variation. See,
yes,
Honorable. You're the senior lawyer.
Mr. Speaker, effect has to be given to the variation. Effect has to be given. Because, you see, the original contract is 1 million plus tax exemption of 50,000. So the contract sum is 1,050,000. That's the value. Now, if you go to Parliament and Parliament refuses to approve the entire 50,000 as tax exemption, the contract sum will change. At least the dynamics, the component coming from the company will change. It's no longer 1,050,000. So once Parliament refuses, of course, the minister has to notify the other party and then give effect to the new values in the contract. So I think that there's nothing wrong with this. This is just administrative. Unless you are saying that there's no need to even state the obvious. But otherwise, it is administrative, and we should just state it. But the thing about giving a time limit within which notice should be given, that sometimes people will take the documents, go and sit in their offices, and not even tell the contractor anything. So if there is a time period within which you must give notice to the contractor of developments in Parliament, don't assume that all contractors will follow up to Parliament to find out what happened. Maybe not all of them will. So it is important that notice should be conveyed, information should be conveyed back to the contractor, a time frame be set for that, and then the effect of Parliament's decision be given to the terms of the contract. So I don't think there's any problem with this. Let's leave it the way it is and then let's move on. I would rather think that instead of an exemption, we should go by the earlier agreed rendition, which is a request for exemption. You've improved it there. Okay, a request for exemption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, please, let's make progress.
Yes, Speaker, we are making progress.
Okay, please.
Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Joe Gatti. Because you see, it is not Parliament that will give effect to what Parliament has done. It's not Parliament. It's only a court of law. Now, the beneficiary of this may decline what Parliament has approved under the contract. He may decline that I expect two. If Parliament is willing to approve of only one, then I'm reselling from the contract. Or the contract may have to be renegotiated. So, I agree that we should only give notice of the approval and not to add that then Parliament will give effect. As for giving effect, when it becomes contested, a court of law will do that. It's only a court of law that will now give effect to what Parliament has approved of, and not Parliament itself. Parliament is only approving what it considers just under the contract to do.
Very well. Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in that subclause which should suggest to my colleague that Parliament is attempting to give effect to. I'm saying that there's nothing in that subclause which is giving any indication that Parliament is the body that is going to give the effect to the variation. It is not. It's the minister who is going to give effect to the variation done by Parliament. And the member for Esikado Ketan is saying to us that in that amendment proposed by the chair, we rather should end at the minister receiving liberation notification and notify the person concerned. It says that we should end there. And then, as for giving effect to the variation, he is proposing, and I seem to agree with him, that the person concerned must be in agreement. So where the person concerned has no objection, then the minister shall give effect to the variation provided. Because if he has objection, then certainly you have to go back and begin again. But where before variation has been effected by Parliament, the minister is giving notice of the variation, and he communicates to the person. He might have agreed with the person on some suggested terms, which is varied by Parliament. Now, he thinks that if he undertakes the enterprise, he may lose. So he doesn't want that. You cannot then give effect to it. So the person must be notified first by the minister. And if he has no objection, then effect is given. If he has objection, then he may have to begin afresh. Yes, the contract then is terminated. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that maybe we'll have to end at line 3, notify the person concerned. And then we have to break that one down into two sub-clauses. So then the other will follow. Where the person concerned has no objection, the minister shall give effect to the variation provided. I think that should be fair. Mr. Speaker, it's important because if the person disagrees, you cannot give effect. He comes to Parliament after the negotiation, and he has some understanding that, yes, this is what he has negotiated. Parliament varies it. And he says that with this, I cannot carry on the business any longer. So once the minister informs him and he has no objection, then the effect could be given through the contract. But if he has objection, then you can't give effect to what the person concerned has rejected. How do you give effect to that? That is why I'm saying we may have to end at notify the person concerned. Right?
I'd like to seek the guidance of my seniors. The point of this bill is to rationalize exemptions. So you bring a request here, and then Parliament says, no, you can't have this exemption. So that is communicated to the parties involved. I would consider that for the purposes of our exemptions administration, our job should end. As to what happens after the notification, it's not really an exemptions matter. They may decide that because of that the contract will not happen. They may decide that because of that they will now up the price. I'd like to seek guidance whether it is really necessary after notifying the parties for Parliament to still be interested in how they manage our notice.
Speaker, I'm in agreement with the proposal, except that at this stage, the person on whose behalf the request has come to Parliament has been approved of either wholly or with variations. I think that from this stage onwards, the person becomes a beneficiary. So I suggest that instead of a person, we say that the beneficiary will be notified. Because, sorry? No, you are a benefit. Once the approval has come, it's to your benefit. So if you are notified, if there are variations and you are notified and you are in agreement, then the contract is given effect to. Then you perform it. But if you disagree, then it cannot be given effect to. So you cannot perform the contract. So I think that at this stage, we should describe you in the law as a beneficiary. That's my humble view.
That is not the point. The point is that Ghanaian law respects the sanctity of the freedom of contract. But in certain circumstances, the law intervenes. The principle of freedom of contract is respected under Ghanaian law. So if I enter into a contract with government and we agree on something, that principle, by and large, is respected. But in some circumstances, the law intervenes. One of those circumstances is when there are tax exemptions, and it must come to Parliament. Parliament can do two things. Parliament can agree with the exemption, or disapprove, or have a variation. We say that we disapprove what you brought, 5 series exemption, we are prepared to give you 3 series exemption. And so what has happened immediately is that the nature of the contract that I entered into has changed. It's not the same any longer. But there's nothing wrong with that. Because when I was entering into the contract, I knew that it was subject to Parliament approval. The effect of that, the Parliament has disapproved the agreement. Now, by virtue of this, you are saying that after I've been notified, Parliament will give effect to it. Do you know what it means? What it means is that when I don't perform my part of the contract, when there's non-performance, I can be taken to court. I can be taken to court on the basis that Parliament made the change and informed me. So once informed me, effect can be given to it. We are not doing this law for Parliament. We are doing this law for Ghana. It's not just about what Parliament will do. So I'm saying that once the nature of the contract has changed, you are notified. When you are notified, you decide whether or not you want to continue. I gave you the example of Vodafone. It has happened in this Parliament a number of times, even without those laws. You bring a contract. There was another contract involving, at that time, it was involving ACA or something. It was involving oil. We were in the minority. When the matter was brought here and we argued strenuously, it was taken back. So changing contracts and so on is a known practice in our parliamentary practice. And you notify the other party if you want to put it there, because you have some slack ministers or slack civil servants who may decide that they won't notify them. But you can put it there, I have no objection. But you can't put there that after notification, it gives effect to the variation. Because if you say that, what you have done is that you have intervened in the principle of the freedom of contract by interfering, by statute. Because you are saying that once you give effect to it, then it is implemented. That is why Honorable James Abosu added the proviso that if the person has no objection, you can add that. Or the other one you can do is that we will notify the person. Once you notify the person, then you leave. What happens? Either the person will say, well, then I won't do it again. Because the contract has not taken effect. The contract has not taken effect.
Can we make progress with this?
Mr. Speaker, we are making progress. Mr. Speaker, his argument is based on some assumptions that, in my opinion, are not accurate. The contract has not yet been entered into. No, the agreement has not yet been entered into, because the tax exemption is a part of the agreement. The tax component is a part of the agreement. So the agreement or the contract is subject to the approval of the tax component. So if the tax component is not approved or is partially approved, then the approved component has to be given effect to in the scheme of the entire contract. So if you are being given a contract to construct this chamber, subject to you being given tax exemptions for all imports. Remember that the tax would have come to the state, and the state is paying you for the construction of the chamber. And the state says that instead of me giving you money so that you give it back to me, I'm going to give you the same money by way of an exemption. So that instead of you looking for 100 million to import the items and pay taxes, you will now look for 80 million to buy the items, and then you don't have to pay 20 million by way of tax. It is still $100 million contract. Now you come to Parliament, and Parliament say, no, we will only exempt 10 million of the 20 million that you are requesting for. Okay? And so it means that you, the contractor, you will still have to capitalize the same contract by 90 million instead of the initial capitalization of 80 million. So when Parliament rejects part of the request for tax exemption, the minister has to go and now give effect to that in the contract clause and say that the tax exemption is now 10 million instead of 20 million. So he has to give effect to what has been approved by Parliament. It is up to you, the contractor, to say, okay, I will still take the contract and look for 90 million capitalization instead of the initial 80 million capitalization. Or I will not perform the contract because I cannot raise 90 million to execute the contract. But the minister has to give effect in the contract document that now it is going to be a capitalization of 90 million and a tax exemption of 10 million. So effect has to be given to what Parliament has approved.
Very well. So now, Chairman, with all what has gone on, give me the rendition of the...
Okay, so the final rendition for the two subclauses will be the first one, that is the new 5, would be the exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. And then the second one is where Parliament varies the exemptions referred to in subclause 5, the minister shall, within 14 days from the date the minister receives the variation notification, notify the person concerned. Full stop.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman is before us, and the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire clause 6. Honourable members, the entire clause 6 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The variously amended to clause 6 is hereby adopted and stands part of the bill. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with respect, the decision is that we suspend consideration and take questions. And take questions as item 6 on the original on the paper.
Mr. Speaker, let me sound that in line with the agreement.
We have come to the end of the consideration stage, so we change. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just indicating that we are only suspending the consideration of the exemptions there to move into question time. And thereafter, we will come back and continue with the exemptions there. Mr. Speaker, we are having an extended sitting today, and the necessary commitments have already been made. So we will stretch sitting to a bit late in the day. So after the 1 hour consideration of the bills. Yes, that is why I said necessary commitments have been made. When I speak, you must listen and decipher the handwriting on the wall. Yes, so 1 hour for questions, and then we'll move back to do the exemptions bill.
Very well. Honourable members, I will invite you to page 2. Page 2, item listed 5, agent questions. But before then, let me kindly indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. It's now 2. So kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the time. So, Honorable Minister for Education, may you take your rightful seat. Yes. The first question stands in the name of a member for Busa South, Honorable Clement Abbas Apak. Honorable members, please let's note this. We have as many as 1, 2, 3, 4 agent questions. Then we have the normal questions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yes. So the normal questions, we have as many as 23 questions. So at least I will plead with you that we will all restrict the question to the owners of the question, and again, just may add 1 supplementary question opportunity to members. 1 supplementary question. Well. So that is my position now. If it comes to a point that we may need further clarification, we may extend it to 2. But now, it's the owner of the question, and he may have 1 supplementary question. So let me invite Honorable Clement Apak to begin with his urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to abide by the direction that you have given. Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to ask the Minister for Education how much government owes buffer stock food suppliers who supply food to secondary schools, and when the suppliers will be paid.
Respectfully, Honourable Minister, you may answer the question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the outstanding payment obligation of the Ministry of Education to the National Mr. Speaker, the outstanding payment obligation of the Ministry of Education to the National Food Buffer Stock Company as at 18 July 2022 is 340,296,866 Ghana cedis and 8 pesos. Government is working towards payment of this outstanding obligation. However, government has released and paid this year an amount of 327,871,809 cedis and 10 pesos to the National Food Buffer Stock Company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Clement. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked specifically when the buffer food suppliers will be paid, given that we are currently receiving reports of food shortages in various secondary schools across the country. And the reason we have been given
is that buffer stock food suppliers are owed, and that was why I wanted to know when they would be paid any outstanding amounts owed to them by government.
Very well, Honorable Minister. When will they be paid?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Payment of supplies is an ongoing process. As I speak with you, there are some people who are picking up their checks from the company. So as and when money become available, supplies are always paid. So in the same way that people are being paid today, tomorrow further releases will come, God willing, and we'll continue to pay. But this is paid through the Ministry of Education from Ministry of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So I will move to
Speaker, this one I'll plead with you. The buffer stock problem is a major problem, so if you can accommodate the deputy ranking to have a second supplementary on that particular question. It's a play I'm making, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I guess he's satisfied. So if you want to ask person, I may allow you. But
okay, Mr. Speaker, then I'll ask one. Minister, are you aware that the Conference of Heads of Assistant Secondary Schools are very, very unhappy about buffer stocks and its delivery of food to their schools? And if you are, what do you seek to do to improve it?
yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again. I had a conference called the Executives of CHAS yesterday, Upper West, all the regions around the country where there were serious crises the last few days, and they have all seen improvement in terms of supplies that are coming to them. And they will continue to see improvement from today on. So the food supplies are going to the schools. And yes, when supply situation is not as we want it to be, Minister for Education is concerned. And we work with buffer stock to make sure their systems are streamlined and funding goes to them so that they can supply the food to the school. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. We move to question B, urgent question B. And the question stands in the same Member of Parliament, that is Busa South, Honorable Clement Abbas Abba. Honorable, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when capitation grants for 2019-2020, tranches 2 and 3, 2020-2021, tranche 3, and 2021-2022, tranches 1 and 2 will be paid.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all Ghanaian children of school-going age are provided with quality formal education and training, the capitation grant scheme has been a major source of a major social intervention program put in place by the government of Ghana at the public basic level of education to fulfill its constitutional obligation of providing free, compulsory, universal basic education for all Ghanaian children. The grant seeks to lessen the burden of paying school fees and all forms of levies to realize the long-term policy objective of increasing equitable access to and participation in education at all levels of the education system. The grant is also to support schools to implement their school performance improvement plan in order to improve quality education delivery in the public schools. The grant is therefore expected to serve as an opportunity to help build our school-level capacity to allow for effective and efficient implementation. The grant is 10 cedis per pupil per year, and this is given to every school irrespective of its enrollment. The funds are to be released termly, where during the first term,
5 cedis is released as base grant. 250 is released in the second term based on enrollment, while the remaining 250 is released in the third term. Mr. Speaker, the second tranche of the 2019-2020 academic year in the amount of 14,536,377 cedis and 50 pesos was released and paid in November 2021. However, due to the outbreak of the novel COVID-19 during the first quarter of the year 2020, leading to the closure of schools, the third tranche was not released since schools went on recess. The third tranche for the year 2020-2021 academic year was released during the second quarter of the 2021-2022 academic year. The sum of 15 million has been processed on the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System (GIFMEX), yet to be paid by Controller and Accountant General's Department. The Ghana Education Service is yet to receive the first and second tranches of 2021-2022 academic year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Commander Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response provided by the Minister. But given the Minister's own narrative, where he acknowledges the importance that the grant plays in the delivery of improved and quality education, doesn't the Minister think that the delay in payment of the grant is impacting negatively as far as teaching and learning is concerned? And if that is so, what is he doing to ensure that all outstanding arrears are paid?
So you're putting all the questions together because I said you only have one supplementary question. Yes, Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, we are making every attempt to ensure that payment is made, as I already pointed out, release of 15 million on the GIFMEX. That means we are in the process, the pipeline, to ensure payment is effective. And in the schools, 10,000 primary schools and junior high schools in the Gallo program, further grants are also paid. So, of course, we need to make effort to make sure the grant gets to the schools. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Is Honorable Vincent Ekosafua here?
Speaker, he's not here, and I'm told, reliably informed, he's giving mandate to Dr. Hamid to ask the question on his behalf.
Well. Honorable Member for, is it Fikuma or Cosmetim? Honorable Member, are you a member for Cosmetim or Fikuma?
Mr. Speaker, I am a member of Parliament for Cosmetim.
Let's hear you. Ask the question on behalf of your friend. Question, agent question C.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Prince Ama, Member of Parliament for Kusmitim, and I ask this question on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Vincent Eko Asifwa. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when capitation grants for 2019-2020 tranches 2 and 3.
Honorable Member, the question is urgent question C. Which stands the name of your friend Vincent Ekwasafua, Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number C, urgent question C, in the name of Mr. Vincent Ekwasafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo. And I rise to ask the Minister for Education, what is the state of Ghanaian students evacuated from Ukraine as a result of the Russian-Ukraine war? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister. Is it a war or is it just an invasion of Russia in Ukraine? Minister, let's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the early stages of the Ukraine-Russia crisis, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did a great job getting on top of issues, making sure students found their way back to Ghana, others went to other countries. Mr. Speaker, regarding what is happening to them now, I have inaugurated a committee chaired by Dr. Anthony Siansari, Presidential Advisor on Health, to collate the list of all students who were displaced by the Russia-Ukraine war. The committee comprises representatives of all stakeholders, including the deans of all medical schools in Ghana. So far, the committee has collated information on 300 students. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC, is currently validating their credentials. Once the process is completed, the eligible students will be admitted into our Ghanaian universities at various levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable.
Speaker, there are no follow-up questions.
Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable, I hope you take the question on gender. Very well. So we will move to question 124. Question 124. And the question stands again the name of a member for Busa South, Honorable Clement Park. Honorable, how many questions do you want to ask? I can see that question 125 again stands your name. Anyway, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, is it that you want me to ask my questions to the Minister for Education before I get to ask my question to the Minister for Children, Gender and Social Protection, which is D under agent questions?
Yes. Yes, we for you we are going through the normal questions. When the minister comes, then you also start from D to answer other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education if all 766 critical senior high school projects, classrooms, dining halls, dormitories, laboratories, hitherto uncompleted, have been completed with the disbursement of the first tranche of the 1.7 billion loan securitized and approved by Parliament in 2018.
Did you say 1.7 or 1.5?
1.5.
Very well. Yes, Minister. Minister, question 124.
Mr. Speaker, I want to see whether there is a mistake. On the urgent question, the urgent question is to the Minister of Gender and Children. We want him to ask the Minister of Rights.
So, Minister, if you got the question, you may respond to it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, not all the 766 critical senior high school projects hitherto uncompleted have been completed. A number of contractors who received payment did not return to site owing to the fact that their contract prices were out of date. The GET Fund received requests from the supervising project consultants for financial clearance to review the contract prices of some of these critical projects in order to complete them. The GET Fund, after vetting this request, granted financial clearance for the review of the contract prices of 215 of these critical projects based on a criteria of 60% completion and above, in order to ensure a phased phased out completion approach with time and specific budget. Out of the 215 critical projects granted financial clearance, 31 projects have been completed by GET Fund and are all in use. The remaining 134 projects are at various stages of completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, you have one supplementary question. Or if you're okay, you move to question 1 to 5. I hope you're okay.
Well, yes, I will let that go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what is preventing the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, from accessing the second tranche of the 1.5 billion approved by Parliament in 2018. I know the question probably has outlived its usefulness, but since it has come, I ought to ask.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the amount of money the GET Fund can borrow at a time is dependent on its cash flows. The self-registered amount of the GET Fund bond program is 5.5 billion cedis, the equivalent of 1.5 billion, being the combined amounts of the first and second tranches. The cash flow projection, however, can only support a 5-year spread between 2020 and 2024 to assess the full amount. Mr. Speaker, this was stated in the 2020, 2021, 2022 distribution formula presented to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let him give you the last opportunity to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Minister if he thinks that the capping GET Fund would improve the cash flow to GET Fund for it to be able to meet its obligations in the area of helping to expand educational infrastructure.
Minister, did you get the question? May you repeat the question, please?
What I'm simply asking is whether you think decapping, the capping that we place on GET Fund, would help improve the cash flow to enhance expansion of educational infrastructure.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, there must be a very good rationale for capping. And what GET Fund gets is what is used in its projections and its ability to borrow. At this point, what they have, based on what comes through, is what enables them to determine the space available for them to borrow. And that is what, as Education Minister, I'm privy to, and that is what I'm talking about. That cash flow-wise, they are not able to access the entire amount that is available for them to use in the bond program and consequently for construction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, indulge me. The Minister for Education is responding to the question from the Honorable Clement Abbas Apak on the 1.5 billion syndicated loan. Minister, you are aware that the Minister for Finance or the Ministry of Finance have recruited a vehicle known as Daichi to stand between you, your board, and your ministry. Mr. Speaker, forgive me. GET Fund, we all labored. I led the student front at the time to insist that GET Fund be established. And it's our fund. Do we need a Daichi in the disbursement and payment of contractors under GET Fund contract? Do we need a Daichi?
Minister.
This will affect his
Minister,
presidential ambition.
Minister, you may respond to the question.
Do we need a diet?
I'm saying you may. So if you are not minded to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the leader knows what he's doing, and I decline to answer.
Yes, we move to question 267. Question number 267. And the question stands in the member for Wassa East, Honorable Isaac Ejay Mensah. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the 6-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Satrahiman, the 3-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Akrofi, and the 3-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Kwafukrom, all in Oversize District, will be completed. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 6-unit classroom block project at Sechrehiman is being constructed by Mrs. Anomanuel Company Limited and supervised by Akufu and Associates Limited. The project is 65% complete and Get Fund has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor has, however, abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to enable him complete the project for the school. The 3-unit classroom block project at Akrofi Basic is being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Ekufuna Associates Limited. The project is 30% complete, and again, Get Funds has honored all payments due the contractor. The contractor has, however, abandoned site. The supervising consultant once again is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to complete the project for the school. The project at Kwafukrom Basic School is also a 3-unit classroom block being constructed by Mrs. Nazar Construction Limited and supervised by Akufu and Associates. The project is 80% complete, and Get Fund is working on paying the certificate for work done to enable the contractor to return to site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ejay Mensah, if you may have another bite by way of supplementary.
Thank you. I do have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that in all the 3 cases for the 3 projects, being Satrahiman, Akrofi, and Kwafukrom, the contractors have abandoned site because of non-payment. And I'm happy that the minister is saying that for Satrahiman and Akrofi, the Get Fund has honored its obligation in paying them. But the same contractor is doing for Akrofi and Kwafukrom. In the case of Kwafukrom, 80% completion, and it has not been paid. So when will the Kwafukrom project or the contractor be paid? And again, when will the consultant, Akufu, will finalize his steps in getting the contractor complete the jobs or the work in Satrahiman and Akrofi? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll consult Get Fund and do a follow-up. And when I get the finalization schedule, I'll let my colleague know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 273. Question 273. It stands in the name of a member for Bunkugu. Now you don't add yo-yo. Honorable Abednego Azuma Bandin. Honorable, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have his permission to seek your leave to ask this question on his behalf. So if you will permit me, then I'll proceed.
Who said you may go ahead?
Thank you. I'm asking this question on behalf of Mr. Abednego Azuma Banding, the MP for Bunkrugo constituency. I rise to ask the Minister for Education how many GET Fund projects have been undertaken spanning the period between 2013 and 2020 at the Napanduri Business Senior High School and at the Bunkrugo Technical Senior High School. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nampaduri Business Senior High School and Bunkrugo Technical Senior High School are benefiting from 3 and 9 GET Fund projects respectively between 2013 and 2020. The details of the project are as follows. Nampaduri Business Senior High School, Project 1, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters for teachers. Contractor is GEPS Collection and Construction Limited. Consultant, AQS Consortium Limited. Status, completed and in use. 2. The project is construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. Contractor is GEPS Collection and Construction Limited. Consultant, A&QS Consortium Limited. Status, completed. Then 3. Project is construction of dining hall with kitchen. Contractor is Kodeg Ghana Limited. Consultant is BRI. It is at linter level, and the new this is a new project. Bukumburu Senior High School the project is the construction of 6-unit classroom block, and the contractor is Didon's Ventures. Consultant BRI. Project status completed and handed over and is in use. The second project is the construction of a single-story dormitory block. Silence Construction Works Limited is completed, handed over, and is in use. 3. Construction of 6-seater toilet facility. Contractors Ademu Danjiga Company Limited, completed, handed over, and is in use. Project 4. Construction of a dormitory block. Contractor Bass and Brothers Limited. Consultant AESL Tamale. Status completed and handed over and is in use. Number 5, construction of 6-unit classroom block. Contractor is Solakia Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Consortium Limited. Status completed, handed over, and is in use. Project number 6, construction of 12-unit classroom block. Contractor Azeco Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Construction Limited. Project status, first floor beams has been done. It's an old project, uncompleted. Project 7, construction of dining hall with kitchen. Contractor Bunas Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Construction Consortium. It is at roofing stage. Project number 8, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. The contractor is Osumo Investment and Nobler Ventures. Consultant is A&QS Consortium Limited. Status completed and is in use. Project number 9, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. Contractor is Zavis Enterprise. Consultant A&QS Consortium Limited. It is at the finishing stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Seidu, I think it's an elaborate answer.
Yeah, I have one follow-up question, Mr. Speaker. And
Let's
that's coming from the Member of Parliament.
Yes, let's hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, if you look at the response from the Minister, you realize that project number 3, as stated in the order paper, project number 3 started in 2020, project number 6 started in 2013, number 7 started in 2013, and number 9 started in 2013. Now, you realize that most of these projects that started in 2013 have been abandoned, or they are far, far, far behind time. I want to find out from the minister what concrete steps he will put in place to ensure that these projects are completed quickly for them to put it to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, as we all heard from my report, majority of the projects are completed. But it's not an excuse that the 2013 one should not be completed. I'll follow up with GEFAN and I'll link up with my colleagues to ensure that we can jointly work on this and get the projects completed for the students. Thank you.
Very well. Let me now jump to Honorable Bedzeden. Honorable, you may now ask your question as listed, question 470.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education the plans the ministry has to provide adequate physical infrastructure to the Briford Senior High School in the Laura constituency to befit its status as a senior high school. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Briford Senior High School is currently benefiting from Ministry of Education through the GET Fund in respect of the infrastructure interventions as follows. 2-story dormitory block at the first floor stage, construction is ongoing. 2-story dormitory block at the substructure stage, and administration block at the ground floor stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, an update. Any further question?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the answers that the Minister has provided, but the Briford Senior High School has peculiar circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this is a secondary school which was a community secondary school, which has been absorbed into the government-assisted schools system. Now, as a result of that, they virtually have nothing, no infrastructure. That's why I'm asking the question as to how we can get adequate infrastructure to befit the status of a senior high school. Now, the minister has listed 3 projects, and he has himself admitted that these projects are at the initial stages. They are still very, and the work that is going on is still very slow. It's not just a question of being at the initial stages. The work is very slow, and so it will take some time for us to even have those infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, beyond that, I'm coming to the question, Mr. Speaker. Bear with me. Beyond that, there is a paucity of infrastructure in the school. So I want to find out from the minister, when can we have the following structures in the school? 1, a headmaster's bungalow. 2, a fence wall for the school. 3, an assembly hall. And then 4, a science and home economics laboratory. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the ministry has been providing special packages for some schools, such as the Kwase Senior Technical School. I want the minister to assure me, or for that matter, can he assure me that he will provide the Briford Senior High School with such a special package in order for us to be able to provide the school with adequate infrastructure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, growing up, I went to a school like Briford. So my heart is into schools like yours. I'm going to work with you to make sure we can improve the infrastructure at the school, because it's so important that children everywhere get the opportunity that those who went to the so-called elite schools get. So I'm ready and prepared. I'll work with you. Maybe the next time you come here, you'll be making a statement to commend me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bedzeden, the way you are nodding your head, I could see that you are happy with the minister's response. So from Laura, which is in Upper West, we move to, which is Laura, we move to Upper West, Wa West, which is also in Upper West region. And question 474, which stands the name of Peter Lanchetu. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. The people of our West expressed their joy that you've given an opportunity for this very important question to be asked. And I thank the Minister that finally is here to answer this question because it's so dear to our hearts. I rise to ask the Minister for Education what plans the government has to equip the many classrooms without furniture in the Wa West constituency with the needed furniture. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has procured various furniture types since 2021 to equip newly constructed and existing basic school structures across the country. The furniture needs of schools in the Wa West constituency are being assessed by the Ghana Education Service for consideration in future interventions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hearing that the needs of Wa West are being assessed, my heart bleeds. The situation is dire. Children are sitting on the floor. Mr. Minister, it's an urgent requirement. Are you saying that in the year 2022, Wa West will not receive a single chair or table from central government?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our honorable colleague, I did not say that. I said we've asked GES to assess the needs of your constituency and will respond appropriately. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, with respect to the check, I think it's not only Wa West. All of us are also facing the same problems. Yesterday I had a call from my Almighty Asabediako Secondary School, and the students are sitting on the floor. So I think we have to take a second look at the chair situation in our schools. So we now move to question meeting. Oh, okay.
Speaker, if you indulge me, before we proceed, I think just as we are appealing to the minister, and I support that call, but it's also fair to acknowledge that early parts of this year, some good, I have benefited, some good volume of furniture have been provided across the country. That is not to say that what he's saying is not right, but as we are calling for more, we also need to acknowledge the good things he's doing. I think it's important that we acknowledge that. Yes.
Very well. Very well. But I think the call for the furniture improvement is. So we move to question meeting. Honorable Dr. Prince Hamid Amma. Please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry is developing digital library infrastructure to enable learners access electronic learning resources, especially in the light of the exigencies imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, government is committed to expanding access to all constituencies, library access to all constituencies of the country. The intention of government is clear in the ESP, Education Sector Plan 2018 to 2030, where we have indicated the establishment of 540 libraries by 2030. To achieve universal coverage of public and mobile libraries, the ministry, through the Ghana Library Authority, have over the last 5 years added 50 libraries to the existing libraries, making a total of 111 across the country. These numbers should correct what is indicated in the other paper. And a total of 10 mobile library vans have been refurbished with books and computers and are currently in use. Additionally, the authority has deployed a digital library which is available on Play Store and App Store for download on smartphones, allowing every Ghanaian to have access to curated books on the digital shelf of the Ghana Library Authority. This digital library is zero rated by Vodafone and MTN. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, you may take your supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the information provided by the Honourable Minister, we have added 50 additional libraries to the existing one, which comes up to the 111. Mr. Speaker, that is very revealing. Since independence, the total number of libraries that we have had was 61. And from 2017 up to now, we have added 50. Mr. Speaker, that is a very revealing information that the Minister has provided to this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honourable Minister the current state of the Volta and Bono regional libraries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the information I have is that construction is ongoing, but we want personal appeal to get funds that releases should be rapid enough so that we can see rapid activities going on so that finally these two libraries will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. From Kwasimin team, we move to Domain East. Domain East, question 696. Honorable Member for Domain East, Paul Aprekuchumberma. Honorable, you are not Honorable Lydia. Please move to your seat and ask the question from your seat. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what interventions the Ministry is putting in place to cater for the large number of students who obtain grade D7 and E8 in core subjects and hence are unable to gain admission into the universities. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, you may answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, the need to review the minimum entry requirements into our tertiary institutions has become even more critical, given the government target of increasing the gross tertiary enrollment ratio from the current 20% to 40% by 2030. Thus, taking a second look at the students who obtain grades D7 and E8 in core subjects is critical to the attainment of this target. As a result, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission is reviewing the minimum entry requirements for admission into our country's universities and will seriously consider the use of D7 and E8 where relevant. Once GTEC completes its work, the Ministry will appropriately lay it before Cabinet and consequently before this August House for consideration of recommendations. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Paul, any supplementary questions?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to follow up with the Minister's answer. As much as we appreciate the gross appreciation, the increase with the removal of D7, what other interventions are they undertaking to support these students? I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has been tasked by the President to increase the gross tertiary enrollment of Ghana from 20% to 40% by 2030. So a number of things are happening. One of the most critical things is the improvement in the TVET tertiary space. As I speak with you, 7 technical colleges, these are tertiary institutions, are under construction throughout the country. And that is going to help in terms of improving the gross tertiary enrollment ratio. We are also taking steps to finally operationalize the Open University, and that will also ensure that tertiary education is brought to the doorsteps of Ghanaians across the country. Consequently, all that together with the improvement in the TVET tertiary space will help us improve our gross tertiary enrollment ratio, so that by 2030, we can say that we are one of the nations that has tremendously improved its gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So from the Mine East, we move to his closest friend, Empraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku, on question 697. Question 697. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. A very observant speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education what activities the ministry is executing to increase reading comprehension among children in the country in light of the World Bank data, which reveals that 87% of 10-year-olds in the sub-Saharan Africa cannot read and understand adequately. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, children's inability to read and understand at age 10 has been a growing concern for the Ministry of Education. The Education Strategic Plan 2018 to 2030 has instituted pragmatic initiatives to address this systemic challenge that continue to lead to a high record of learning poverty in our part of the world. A number of coherent interventions have been programmed and rolled out in schools across Ghana to ensure that reading, writing, and speaking skills of learners, especially our P4 students, are significantly improved. 1. The ministry through GES under the Ghana Accountability for the Learning Outcomes Project Gallup is implementing the differentiated learning interventions in 1,000 low-performing schools to improve reading and writing among learners. 2. In collaboration with USAID learning projects, schools in various districts are benefiting from the literacy program designed to improve the comprehension skills of learners in the target schools. In the past 5 years, USAID learning project produced and supplied many library material to schools and have trained teachers on how to effectively implement the literacy interventions in classrooms. Number 3, in addition, USAID Learning rolled out literacy competition to challenge learners to compete from schools through to national level. Number 4, the Ghana Library Authority is implementing a wide range of reading services for learners at the basic level to increase access and improve English proficiency among learners. These interventions include building of new and rehabilitation of old libraries to increase access, provision of reading books in all libraries, deployment of e-digital library, and 4, USAID rolled out the learning management system Edmondo. Number 5, the Ghana Book Development Corporation on behalf of Ghana Book Development Council, on behalf of the ministry, engaged learners in reading activities across the country. The formation of reading clubs in schools is encouraging learners to have fun through reading. They supply reading books and both to schools across the country. Through the effective work done by the Ghana GBDC to improve reading Ghana won the bid to stage the World Book Day. Number 6, as part of measures to cure learning poverty, the ministry has recently undertaken the National Standardized Test in Literacy and Numeracy in Primary 4 pupils across the country. The test will enable the ministry to establish the learning gap in this age cohort and take the necessary measures to provide interventions to ensure that Primary 4 pupils become proficient in literacy and numeracy. Number 7, through the Community of Excellence project, the ministry has started the implementation of an innovative concept, innovative program, and innovative Community of Excellence program. The idea is to involve the entire community, leadership, and other partners to implement a 1990 strategy under which at least 90% of all Primary 4 pupils will become proficient in literacy and numeracy in schools in the selected communities. And at least 90% of these Primary 4 pupils will transition to tertiary eventually. The idea is that the students who graduate from tertiary institutions will help to drive socioeconomic transformation in their community. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Member from President, supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question has to do with the answer number 4A, the building of new and rehabilitation of old libraries to increase access. In fact, in my constituency, I can bear witness to these structures springing up. Currently, we are building a new library in Bipon. But what I realize is that we have some old libraries, especially in Obo, and some uncompleted library in Impriso that is standstill now. It was under the IPEP project. Is it possible that the Ministry of Education can direct the Ghana Library Authority to, as it were, absorb this project so that our kids in Obo and in Impriso and also in other communities in my constituency can benefit from this wonderful initiative under the wide range of reading services for learners? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
If you don't link it.
Mr. Speaker, I applaud my colleagues' drive and initiative in promoting literacy in his constituency, and I'll be willing to work with him and the Library Authority to ensure that we can improve access to library in his constituency. So I'm willing, and through the Library Authority, we'll be working with my colleague to ensure that we improve access to library services in his constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Davis Ansan Opoku, you may take question 698. Question 698. As your second substantive question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek to ask the Minister for Education what the ministry is doing to address the inadequate performance of senior high school students since the operationalization of the junior high school as part of the primary school education instead of the secondary school, which is a contributor to their low performance.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the operationalization of junior high schools as part of their primary schools instead of senior high school has contributed to the inadequate performance at the senior high school level. This has happened because junior high schools in the country that were set up as part of the basic school system lacked certain facilities like science laboratories, ICT labs, workshops, and other basic school facilities needed to ensure that students performed at appropriate competency levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, are you okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you too. So from Emprayeso, we move to Botiano English Amanfrom on question 701. Question 701. Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry plans to address the major management challenges of school supervision, especially at the basic and secondary school levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the agency responsible for the inspection of pre-tertiary schools in Ghana is the National Schools Inspectorate Authority, or NASIA. The supervision of schools referred to as inspections have been ongoing for some time now. Significant progress is being made. From an average of 50 schools per academic year inspected prior to 2019, NASIA now targets yearly school performance inspection sample of 2,381 schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sylvester, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask a further question of the Minister, because looking at the average school per academic year prior to 2019 was 50. Now they target a yearly performance of inspection sample of 2,381. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, has this target been achieved? And if not, why? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the target has been achieved. And NASIA is going to continue to even do more than what they projected to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now we will take the last question for Minister. That is question 704. Question 704. Honorable Member for Kwadaso, Dr. Kizenyako.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask this very important question. With your indulgence, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what prompt action the Ministry is taking to provide teachers for classrooms that remain without teachers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is in constant engagement with the Ministry of Finance to secure financial clearance to deploy more teachers to the classrooms. Since 2018, we are grateful for the effort made by the Ministry of Finance in helping us recruit and post 100,000 teachers, over 100,000 teachers across the length and breadth of this country. These teachers have been recruited and posted to various schools. The major issue is that there's a fundamental concern of teacher deployment, as some recruited teachers refuse posting to certain areas for lack of amenities. To deal with this issue of inadequate teachers in some schools, the following measures have been taken. 1. Posting is now done to fill specific vacancies. 2. GS is revising its recruitment strategy to now advertise specific schools in specific districts where teachers are needed, so that potential teachers can on their own select schools to be posted to. This will also eliminate the scourge of requests for reposting. Number 3, graduate teachers of distance education programs who come from specific locations are being considered for recruitment and posting to these underserved areas. It is expected that they will be willing and comfortable to serve in such areas and thereby reduce the tendency for refusal of postings. Number 4, the Ghana Education Service through the Ministry is working with the Ministry of Finance for financial resources to pay for transfer grants so that some teachers in overserved areas can now be redeployed to underserved areas. Last but not the least, currently, a committee is finalizing work on the identification of what what is deprived, basically also rural schools, so that teachers posted to such schools can be considered for some incentives. This will help attract some teachers to such deprived and underserved areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, looking at the perennial difficulties regarding the deployment of teachers, I would like to find out from my Minister for Education if there is a specific policy that specifically deals with teacher deployment. And if there is none, what is the way forward? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana Education Service is currently working on strategies to ensure that the challenges of deployment is lessened, if not eliminated. And that is why I mentioned that they've set up a committee to look at incentives to be provided to teachers who accept postings to remote or deprived communities. And with that, we believe the financial incentive will enable us to attract teachers to these communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House.
Speaker, please, indulge
Honorable
me.
Member, you weren't here when we started.
You are right.
You started the questions. We said question owners may have only one supplementary question, and I've already given you that opportunity.
This one, I'm begging you, please.
Honorable Member, I didn't allow anybody. Don't push me to.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr.
So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much. At least, if I add the three urgent questions, you've answered 15 separate questions. I think we've done well. Members are appreciative of that. And you are hereby this.
If you may indulge me, only to remind him that we had already directed that he takes particular interest in the request by the honorable member in terms of furniture availability.
Yes.
So we'll be following up on that.
Very well. It's very critical. Yes. Thank you very much. So we'll follow with Honorable Minister for Water, Resources and Sanitation. Is it Water Resources? Minister for Sanitation, Water Resources. Yes. Doesn't matter. Who is now also a caretaker minister for gender and children and social protection. So, Minister, you may take the first question, which is actually coming from Dr. Clementa Park, and the question is in respect of the ministry that you are doing extra duties. So, Honorable Member, you may ask the Minister your question. That is the urgent question D.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the Acting Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection for doing her best to carry two ministries on her shoulders. Mr. Speaker, is it not good to commend her? She is doing a young woman's job, and we appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection why caterers under the school feeding program are on strike, and what the ministry is doing to ensure that the caterers resume their services of cooking for pupils in our basic schools. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the caterers of the school feeding program are not on strike. they are currently cooking for the school children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Member, you may ask a supplementary question.
Well, as of today, they are not on strike. But as of when I filed the agent question, they were on strike. That is a matter of record. I want to ask the minister if the ministry is considering increasing the rate per child per day from the current 97 pesos to the requested 3 cedis, which was one of the reasons why the caterers went on strike.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not on the table at the ministry. So when the time comes, it will be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the normal questions. We will begin with question 887. 887. A member for Segate, Honourable Christian Qualite Utute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources if there are any immediate plans to help solve the water crisis in Segate constituency.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Segate constituency and other adjoining communities are supplied potable water by the 3 districts' water system. To resolve the challenges with the water supply system, the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, known as CWSA, has undertaken a number of interventions, including the rehabilitation of the slow sand filters at the headworks and the installation of a 100 cubic meter per hour packaged water treatment plant to increase water production. Additionally, the agency has also completed the laying of 10 kilometers of 200 millimeter HDPE pipes along the industrial enclave from the Dawa booster station to improve the water carrying capacity of the pipeline supplying water to the industrial enclave. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, plans are far advanced for the replacement of the electromechanical installations at the water treatment plant, which involves the installation of 5 high-lift and 3 submersible hybrid pumps to be powered by both solar energy and from the national grid. The pumps have been ordered and are expected in the country by the close of August 2022 for installation and ancillary works to be completed by the end of September 2022 to improve water supply in Segate and other communities. Mr. Speaker, in the medium to long term, the Ghana Water Company Limited, as part of its planning, is developing the Aveime Water Supply Project to address the water supply challenges within the Segate constituency and its environs. The project will entail the construction of a new water treatment plant with a capacity of 120,000 cubic meters per day, or 26,700,000 gallons per day at Aveime to improve water supply mainly to Dawa Free Zones Enclave, the Tema Free Zones Enclave, the Tema Heavy Industrial Area, and other heavy industries located along the main N1 highway from Segate Junction to the Tema Roundabout. Furthermore, residents of Dawenya, Prampram, Sagleme, Bato, Mepe, Aveime, Community 25, Central University, and surrounding communities are also expected to benefit from the project. Mr. Speaker, the project is envisaged to supply water to at least 1,200,000 people living in the supply area. The financing of the Aveime water supply project, estimated at $105 million United States dollars, is being considered by the Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance. The evaluation of shortlisted consultants for the preparation of the feasibility studies which is also being funded by the DSIF, is currently ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Christian Utite, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for the comprehensive explanation to my question. Okay, I also want to know, despite all the interventions, we still have water crisis, and I know some are ongoing, which it will take some time. So, in certain events where there is really shortage of water for a longer period, is your ministry ready to come in for short interventions?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, I will be ready to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So from Sege, we move to Abrik Manoff. Honorable Shira Battels, on question 1055. Question 1055.
The Speaker, the Honourable Member has asked that I asked a question on her behalf. If you would permit, I will do so.
Yes, leave granted. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what mechanisms are in place to harvest, i.e. collect and store rainwater during rainy seasons to deal with water shortages in the dry seasons. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the essential measure that has been put in place to promote rainwater harvesting is the adoption of the Ghana Building Code of 2018, which recommends households and institutions to include rainwater harvesting technologies in their building plans. Additionally, the National Water Policy, which is currently under review, seeks to ensure the enforcement of rainwater harvesting techniques as detailed in the Building Code, while encouraging developers and owners or managers of land and property to create local rainwater storage for both residential and commercial facilities. Mr. Speaker, the National Rainwater Harvesting Strategy also provides a roadmap for enhanced planning, development, and management of rainwater harvesting, and serves as a guide for elaboration of a series of action programs on rainwater harvesting in Ghana. Furthermore, lakes, dugouts, and other wetlands are sinks into which surface water or groundwater flows from a surrounding catchment. They are natural harvesters of rainwater. Mr. Speaker, there have been research initiatives by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Water Research Institute, and the Science and Technology Policy Research Institute in collaboration with the Water Resources Commission in rainwater harvesting. These institutions have pilot tested conservation techniques such as sandbag water harvesting and rock top rain harvesting in the northern regions to demonstrate the restoration of such natural harvesters of rainwater for water provision for multiple uses and as nature-based solution for protection of water sources. The next key step is to upscale such initiatives. Mr. Speaker, at the large-scale level, the development of planned multipurpose dams, such as the Palugu multipurpose dam, is not for only hydropower production, irrigation and flood control, but also for water conservation, abstraction, treatment, and supply for our use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. We move from Abrik Manoff to Suhum on question 1057. Question 1057. Honorable Kojo Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the ambidextrous Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what measures have been put in place to increase capacity of the Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure
sustainable production of water throughout the year. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited, which is responsible for potable water supply to all urban communities in Ghana, currently operates 91 urban water supply systems throughout the country. The average production from these systems is about 871,496 cubic meters per day, or 192 million gallons per day, while the present potable water demand is estimated at 1,131,818 cubic meters per day, or 249 million gallons per day. This translates to a demand-supply gap of a little over 260,000 cubic meters per day, or 57 million gallons per day. Mr. Speaker, according to the Ghana 2021 Population and Housing Census, 9 in 10 households, representing 92%, have access to improved sources of drinking water, and the proportion is higher for urban than rural households. Urban is 97.8% and rural is 83%. At least 90% of households in 9 regions have access to improved sources of drinking water, out of which Greater Accra has 97.3%, Bono 97.5%, and Upper West 97.3%, constituting the highest regions, and Oti 77.1%, Northeast 74.8%, and Savannah 70.5%, constituting the lowest regions. Mr. Speaker, apart from the significant rise in population growth, which accounts for the demand-supply gap, there are also operational challenges that account for the deficit in water production, including but not limited to intermittent power supply, obsolete electromechanical equipment, and poor raw water quality as a result of illegal mining activities known as galamsey. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to increase the capacity of the Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production of water throughout the year, the Ministry for Sanitation and Water Resources, through the Ghana Water Company Limited, has put in place short, medium, and long-term programs and interventions. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited intends to utilize the Siemens plant at Kong to its full capacity to transport 15,000 cubic meters per day, or 3.3 million gallons per day of treated water for distribution. The GWCL will also activate the idle capacity at the Kong new water treatment plant to transport additional 21,000 cubic meters per day, or 4.6 million gallons per day of treated water for distribution. The projects are currently ongoing and will bring the total additional capacity to 36,000 cubic meters per day, or 7.9 million gallons per day, which will be pumped through the Dodowa corridor to serve the eastern parts of Accra. These projects are expected to be completed by the end of the third quarter of 2022, and are envisaged to significantly improve water supply to the Greater Accra metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the Ghana Water Company Limited is undertaking other interventions which include the following, among others: replacement of weak sections of 1,050 millimeter 42-inch transmission pipeline from Kong Water Treatment Plant to Tema Booster Station to improve water supply to Tema and surrounding communities. A total of 240 meters of the pipeline were replaced in the past year at a cost of 2,400,000 Ghana cedis. GWCL will replace an additional 360 meters using internally generated funds by the end of the year 2022. Nationwide installation of automatic voltage regulators. These are to stabilize power supply. The company has undertaken an assessment of water supply systems that are worst affected by poor quality power supply, and plans are in place to install AVRs at Peve Headworks, Salaga Headworks, Bagabaga, Booster, and Yendi Headworks by the end of the year 2022. It is expected that the installation of AVRs will reduce plant downtime due to poor quality of power supply, which currently accounts for 40% of total plant downtime nationwide. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the Ghana Water Company Limited has completed the installation of AVRs at the Barikese, Odaso, Konongo, Aframso, Achiasi water treatment plants and Jansa booster station in the Ashanti region, and Sawam water treatment plant and Kwautafo booster station in the eastern region, Kwenyako, Befikrom, Isachir, and Sechereheman in the central region, Soutuom booster station and Keseve headworks in the Greater Accra region. To improve raw water availability by carrying out dredging of the Owabi Dam in the Ashanti region, the Sechereheman intake in the central region, Dabuasi and Bosomasi intakes in the western region, Nauni Dam in the northern region, Jambusi in the upper west region, and Brekum, Kora River, Abisim, Achirinsua headworks in Bono region. It is expected that the dredging works would improve the capacity of the affected intakes and improve raw water abstraction process. Mr. Speaker, there is also the rehabilitation of filters to reduce water treatment losses to improve efficiency of water filtration processes at production stations. The Ghana Water Company Limited has completed the rehabilitation of gravity sand filters at Brimsu headworks in the central region and intends to rehabilitate the gravity sand filters at Inchabang water treatment plant in the western region, Weja Adam Clark in the Greater Accra region, and Peve headworks in the Volta region to improve the efficiency of water filtration and to minimize water treatment losses at production stations. The rehabilitation works is expected to reduce the duration and frequency of backwashing at the stations and improve overall production. There's also the replacement of 4 defective treatment water pumps that were initially put out of service. These have been replaced at the Tema Booster Station. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, in the medium to long term, and in line with government's Water for All agenda, the ministry, through the Ghana Water Company Limited, is implementing a number of water supply projects across the country in order to increase the capacity of Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production of water. These projects are at various levels of implementation. We have the Upper East Region Water Supply Expansion Project. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that this will be commissioned by His Excellency the President very soon, the early part of August. And it will give water to 347,446 people. We have the Damango and Tamale water supply projects, which will commence by the end of the third quarter of 2022. This will give an overall figure of 800,000 people water. We have the Gamma Sanitation and Water Project additional financing, which is giving 100,000 people water. This is 17% complete. We have the Wenchi water supply, which is 10% into the acquisition of the site by the contractors. We have the Keta water supply expansion project, giving water to 422,000, and this is 25% complete. We have the Sekendi Takradi water supply expansion project, which will give 1.48 million water. The contractors have acquired the site. Sunyani water supply expansion project phase 1, which will commence in the third quarter of 2022. Yendi water supply expansion, we are in the process of selecting the contractor, and they've done the seismic studies and the geological studies, Mr. Speaker. We also have the Techima water supply, which is by Korean Exim, and this will give 320,000 people water. Contractor selection is underway. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to mention that there are plans that have commenced on the underlisted urban water supply projects so as to respond to the rising demand of water in the country. We have the Kwong Phase 2, which will give 1.3 million people water. Fantia Kwabebro water supply project, which will give 141,611 people water. Weja water supply rehabilitation project to add 800,000 people to water supply. Takwa water supply expansion project, which will give 201,000 people water. Asimfosu water supply expansion project, 285,000 people will benefit. Kwenyaku water supply expansion projects, which will add 1.3 million people to water supply. Hohoi water supply expansion, which will give 333,162 people water. Dambai water supply, which is by Hungarian Exemption, which will give 56,433 people water. Western North Region water supply project, which will give 257,924 people water. Also, water supply project, which will give for 154,234 people water. Atebuba Mountain water supply project, which will give 195,700 water. So, Speaker, I've gone through this lengthy list to assure the House that at the end of all these projects, we will be adding 5,225,096 million people the water supply. This will be a very laudable achievement by the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So, Speaker, one of these projects would increase the capacity of Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production and distribution of potable water throughout the year, to ensure that all people living in Ghana will have access to potable water by the year 2030, in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With this question, I wouldn't entertain any supplementary. So we move to question.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, just one follow-up. Yes, I largely agree. Very detailed answer. Mr. I commend you highly for that. And for me, I'm not surprised. This is your character. But my worry, because Minister mentioned the Insaon Water Project and the Densu River and the likes, the question is about availability of raw water. And it appears to me there's some correlation, availability of raw water and vegetation cover that protect this raw water. I don't know if there are some plans or collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Honorable Abu Jinapor, so that we can dedicate a program for the protection of these raw water sources.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there is. There's a policy of reserving 100 meters from all our water bodies, and we have a program working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to vegetate these areas so as to give cover to our water bodies. Speaker, for the information of the House also, Ghana is blessed with 53.2 billion gallons of raw water. What we need to do is to protect the water and not pollute it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We move to question 1093. Honorable Kojasanti, do you want to ask another person?
Mr. Speaker, I thought for your rules, I'm entitled to.
Okay, let's hear you.
One follow-up.
Let's hear you.
But, Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to the extent that I think I won't ask any follow-up question. But I just want to thank the minister for A+ response that she has given to this August House. I am very grateful, and I thank her very much. Thank you.
Well. If Honorable is not asking questions, he's just recommending you for giving an elaborate answer. So from Suhum, we move to Swaman. From Suhum to Swaman, Honorable Joseph Bettino. Yes, Honorable Member for Swaman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources if there is any plan to provide small water system to the people of Kalo in the Suyamai constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kalo community in the Suyaman constituency in the Western North region has been provided with 3 boreholes. One of the boreholes is mechanized and connected to 3 taps. The other 2 are fitted with hand pumps, but one is currently broken down. In the short term, the hand pump borehole would be redeveloped and mechanized, as well as provided additional 6 public standpipes to improve water supply. I wish to indicate that the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources is ready to provide the people of Kalo community in the Suyaman constituency a small town water supply system through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency by making budgetary provision in the 2023 annual budget, as well as solicit financial and technical support from development partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
I want to find out from the Honourable Minister, when would the redevelopment and mechanization of the aforementioned hand pump boreholes commence?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as the funds are ready, we'll start. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Swaman, we move to Crow. From Swaman, we move to Crow. Crow is not here. Honorable Agnes Na Momolatu on question 1119. Yes. Very well. Ask the question on her behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the operational status of the Ghana water desalination plant at Tumwa in the wake of acute water shortage in most parts of the constituency. Ogon, Batuna, Nkoi, Lowekuma, Adugono, Nilawe, and Sokoti. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, as part of measures to ameliorate water supply challenges within the Teshinongwa enclave, which is situated at the terminal ends of the Kong and Wager water supply production stations, the Ghana Water Company Limited considered a proposal from Messrs. Befesa to design a 1,000 cubic meters per day or 13.2 million gallons per day seawater reverse osmosis desalination plant under a PPP arrangement as a build, own, operate and transfer BOOT for an estimated population size of 500,000 people in the Teshinongwa area. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, after the completion of the 450 meters HDPE pipeline to undertake the total volume of treated water from the plant, the Ghana Water Company Limited requested for the full complement of the contracted capacity of the desalination plant of 60,000 cubic meters per day. Out of the total contracted capacity of 20,990,000 cubic meters per day in 2019, the plant was able to supply 8,300,000 cubic meters per. Sorry, that was it was per year, and the plant was able to supply 8,300,000 cubic meters per year, representing 41% supply efficiency. In 2020, out of the total contracted capacity of 21 million cubic meters per year, the plant was able to supply 12,100,000 cubic meters per year, representing 59% supply efficiency. In 2021, out of the total contracted capacity of 20,990,000 cubic meters per year, the plant was able to supply 16,700,000 cubic meters per year. The shortfalls in volume supplied were mainly as a result of breakdown of raw water transmission pipeline in 2019, poor seawater quality, that is high temperature and total suspended solids, GWCL network high pressures, ultra-filtration challenges, frequent fouling of reverse osmosis racks, breakdown of self-cleaning filters, low tide, and internal and external power challenges. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of this year, from the 1st of January 2022 to 30th June 2022, out of the expected total contracted capacity of 10,800,000 cubic meters per year, the desalination plant has supplied 7,270,000 cubic meters per year of treated water to GWCL network, representing 67% supply efficiency for the period. The shortfall was attributed to a breakdown of some of the reverse osmosis filter membrane racks, directly accounting for the decline in the expected output of the plant, as reported by the plant operator. The amount of water supplied, however, from the desalination plant has seen some improvement month on month for the first half of this year, albeit still of the contracted daily supply of 60,000 cubic meters per day. For the month of June, the maximum daily water supply was 55,418 cubic meters per day, as compared to the month of May, with maximum daily supply of 45,152 cubic meters. Mr. Speaker, the operator of the plant is, however, working assiduously on fixing the RO membranes to ensure full production, which will improve water supply to tertiary and its environs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Okay, let's take the supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has given a very healthy response to this question, but what she has not provided is the time frame. If she can give us the time frame when this reverse osmosis will be fixed, so that the people of both Tekshin and Nwa will have a constant supply of water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll have to find out from the operators the actual time frame. I cannot stand here and give an answer outright, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. Thank you.
From Krowo, we will come home to Krote Koli. Our Member of Parliament, all the MPs, you are our Member of Parliament. May we hear you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm still waiting for members to pay their ground rent. Thank you. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources how many households in Klote Koli have benefited from the One Household, One Toilet scheme since the National Sanitation Campaign was launched in 2017 by the President.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the One House, One Toilet scheme is one of the Government of Ghana's flagship projects. This scheme has successfully been implemented across low-income beneficiaries in 22 metropolitan and municipal assemblies within the Greater Accra metropolitan area under the auspices of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources through the Greater Accra metropolitan area known as Gamma Sanitation and Water Project funded by the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the scheme has so far provided 305,360 low-income population within Gamma with access to 38,168 improved household toilets. Out of this number, the Krote Koli Municipal Assembly has so far benefited from 421 household toilets, serving low-income population of 3,352 in the municipality. All beneficiaries of the scheme have been mapped onto the Kobo Collect digital platform, and the data is easily accessible for verification and identification of beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the success of the One House, one toilet scheme in the Gama area, and additional funding has been secured from the World Bank to undertake the construction of 30,000 household toilets for the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area and 12,000 household toilets for the Greater Accra metropolitan area. A total of 120 disability-friendly, fit-for-purpose, gender-sensitive institutional sanitation facilities will also be constructed for beneficiary schools in the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area, while 30 will be constructed in the Greater Accra metropolitan area. The project will also expand and rehabilitate the Asafo sewage system in Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Senator, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's response, she mentions a digital platform, which I actually tried to access, but I could not do so on my phone. And my question is, does the ministry have this information on their website? Because I could not, and I don't know whether the minister has been able to. I'm asking whether the minister has been able to access this information herself on this particular digital platform she's referring to, because I tried to access it, but I was not able to, and I'm wondering whether the ministry has it on their website.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't done so currently. I'll do it as soon as I get to the office and get back to the honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We will move up again to Doma East on question 1133. Question 1133. Honorable Paul Aprokuchum Berma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what plans the ministry has to address water pollution in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, water bodies are being polluted mainly by galamsey activities in mining areas of the country, while other non-point sources of pollution stem from improper of both solid and liquid waste in certain areas, thus causing rapid growth of algae and aquatic weeds, which further affect water quality. Mr. Speaker, measures adopted by the ministry through the Water Resources Commission to address water pollution in the country include the nationwide water quality monitoring program being implemented towards data collection and information gathering to continually establish the quality status of all waters in the country, and contribute to the national initiative for controlling the unregulated activities of small-scale miners. Another measure, Mr. Speaker, is the strengthening of the legislative regime relating to buffer protection and pollution control. The buffer zone legislative instrument is being drafted after completion of nationwide consultations, and the regulation should be ready by the end of the year 2023. The development of a water resource pollution control and effluent discharge LI has also been initiated to regulate and improve on water quality. Mr. Speaker, training, education, and the active participation of relevant stakeholders are also complementing the enforcement. Training is targeted at relevant security personnel, especially investigators and prosecutors, on all relevant legislation, chiefs, the media, and civil society organizations at the regional and basin levels on all aspects of managing water resources and the environment. A key intervention is the introduction of security posts in catchments that serve as water supply sources. Currently, the Wager Headworks has a permanent security post. The impacts are being monitored in order to replicate in other reservoirs. Mr. Speaker, again, the water resources management is being implemented within a decentralized institutional framework by creating coordinating bodies at the river basin level. So far, 6 river basins, Densu, White Volta, and Cobra Pra Tamno basins, and the Black Volta have decentralized secretariats, and their boards have also been set up. In addition, prioritized lists of actions and measures are being implemented to address each basin's specific water management issues and improve the quantity and quality of water resources. The Commission is also developing sub-basin plans at the community level to assist in pollution control. These notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, there is the realization to adopt and promote a prevention culture as the preferred option. In essence, prevention of water pollution actions, such as the institution of community mining by the government, will help to sustain the ecological health of water bodies, since water cleanup or treatment can be more complex and expensive in tackling water pollution from illegal mining in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You okay? Very well. So we move to question 1134. 1134. Amanfi East. Amanfi East. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what steps the ministry is taking to provide potable water to the following communities in the Amanfi East constituency: Dadieso, Adiemra, Domiabra, Adesu, Dompuase, Enchiase, Ajumako, and Boykru. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dadieso, Adiemra, Domiabra, Adesu, Dompuase, Enchiase, Ajumako, and Boykru are communities in the Amanfi East constituency and have been provided with a number of boreholes serving as sources for potable water supply. However, the water supply from the boreholes cannot meet the water demand of these communities. That Dadieso community was proposed to get water supply from the Japa water system under the International Development Agency Sustainable Rural Water and Sanitation Project in 2014. However, the elevation of the community was too high for gravity supply from the high-level tank at Japa, which is 4 kilometers from Dadieso. Furthermore, the per capita cost of the transmission pipeline was extremely high, as well as very high operation costs, making it not economically advisable. Mr. Speaker, as a short-term measure to improve water supply in these communities, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, will make provision in the 2023 annual budget to enable the Community and Sanitation Water Agency provide additional boreholes for mechanization to the communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable, let's hear you for your supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. In your response, you indicated that the borehole cannot meet the water demand. However, in paragraph 2 of your response, you elaborate about the intervention for Dadieso. How about the remaining communities? That's Adesu, Enchiase, Dompuase, Ejumako, Boykrom, and Adiemra.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These communities will be catered for in the budget of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We from Amanfi East, we come to Accra, Pont Katamanso. Honorable Joseph Akwete. Yes. Are you member for Pont Katamanso?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the plans the ministry has to end the perennial water problems affecting the following communities in Pong Katamanso constituency: Pong, Okumpe, Kubekro, Bichile, and Apollonia.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited supplies potable water to the Greater Accra metropolitan area from 3 water production stations, which are located at Pong, Weja, and Nungwa. The current total installed capacity of the Pong water treatment plant, Weja treatment plant, and the desalination water treatment plant is 785,363 cubic meters per day, or 173 million gallons per day. But as a result of deficiencies of the water supply systems and unstable power supply, the systems can only produce or deliver an average of 575,402 cubic meters per day, or 127 million gallons per day. Pong, Kokompe, Kubekro, Betile, and Apollonia are communities in the Pong Katamanso constituency and are supplied with potable water from the Pong headworks. The average daily water production from the Pong headworks is unable to meet the water demand of the Gamma supply areas, inclusive of the aforementioned communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve water supply to these communities, the Ghana Water Company Limited has commenced the activation of the idle capacity at the Pong New Water Treatment Plant, and this would transport an additional 21,000 cubic meters per day, or 4,600,000 gallons per day of treated water for distribution through the Dodowa corridor to serve the eastern part of Accra, including Katamanso and Kubeko. The project, which was scheduled to be completed by the end of the second quarter of the year 2022, has now been revised to be completed by the end of the third quarter of 2022 due to delays from the shipment of pumps and some pipes for the works. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the GWCL is undertaking other interventions to improve potable water supply in the 5 communities of the Pong Katamanso constituency. These include, among others, the replacement of weak sections of 1,050 millimeter 42-inch transmission pipeline from Pong Water Treatment Plant to Tema Booster Station to improve water supply to Tema and surrounding communities. A total of 240 meters of the pipeline were replaced in the past year at a cost of 2,400,000 Ghana cedis. GWCL will replace an additional 360 meters using internally generated funds by the year 2020, by the end of the year 2022. We are also replacing the existing 4-inch 9-kilometer water pipeline that serves Apollonia and its environs. It is to be financed through GWCL's internally generated funds, and works will commence in the first quarter of 2023. Currently, GWCL is in discussions with the Municipal Assembly at Pong and Sonun Asogli Thermal Plant to construct a booster station with a 1,000 cubic meters elevated water tank to improve flows and pressures in the water supply. The project will be funded by the Sonun Asogli Thermal Plant and is expected to commence in the first quarter of next year, 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the completion of these interventions would improve potable water supply to the communities mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's hear you. Your supplementary question.
Thank you, Minister, for a detailed response. I'm happy that various projects have deadlines which will help us to follow through. Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, I would like to find out from you if you will consider replacing the pipelines, the weak ones, in Pong Township, as you have plans for Apollonia and Tema. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, definitely Apollonia is part of this intervention. It will benefit from this intervention, if I heard you right, Honorable Member.
I'm asking if you consider replacing the weak and old pipelines in Pong Township, because it's not captured here.
Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing exercise, and it will definitely be tackled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, you weren't here when you started the question. No. Let me take the last question from Empraeso, Honorable Davis Ansa Opoku. On question 1238.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the status of the Kowu Water Project as part of the 3K, the Konongo, Kumewu, and 3K Water Project. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kowu Ridge water supply system was constructed in 1970 and rehabilitated under the Konongo, Kumewu, and Kowu Ridge, known as the 3Ks water supply project in 2015, with an installed capacity of 4,200 cubic meters per day, or 900,000 gallons per day, to supply potable water to communities in the Kowu Ridge enclave. So, Speaker, as a result of aged transmission lines, there are frequent breakages leading to disruption of water supply services. Additionally, some components of the water treatment plant have deteriorated, and coupled with low coverage of the distribution network, the water system is unable to meet the ever-increasing water demand of the beneficiary communities within the Kowu Ridge enclave. So, Speaker, to address the water supply challenges within the Kowu Ridge enclave, the Ghana Water Company Limited intends to implement in the short, medium to long term the following interventions. Under short-term intervention, we will utilize the installed capacity of the existing water project by rehabilitating some electrochemical equipment at an estimated cost of 15 million Ghana cedis to be funded through the Ghana Water Company Limited internally generated funds. The medium-term intervention is to replace sections of the weakened transmission mains at an estimated cost of 16,500,000 Ghana cedis to be funded using internally generated funds from Ghana Water Company Limited. It is worth mentioning that an assessment of the sections of the transmission mains that require replacement has been completed, and works are expected to be commenced when funds are made available. The long-term intervention is to construct a new 20,000 cubic meters per day or 4,400,000 gallons per day water treatment plant at an estimated cost of 45 million Ghana cedis to increase water production to meet water demand up to the year 2045. Furthermore, the carrying capacity of some existing distribution pipelines will be improved, as well as upgrade the pump capacities of some booster pumping stations, including the Imprioso pumps, which lift water towards Nkwetia. The Ghana Water Company Limited is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from donor partners. The feasibility studies for the project will commence in August 2022 and is scheduled to be completed by the end of the year 2022. So, Speaker, I want to add that water supply to Imprioso is a top priority for me personally, and the honourable member is aware of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, I want to commend the Minister for this detailed response, and I'm particularly impressed with the timeline she's given for the long-term implementation of improving water supply in Kowu. And I'll pray that in conclusion she will be able to give me some timelines for the short term and the medium term as well. But I'm most grateful for the answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister, I think I'll have to thank you on behalf of the House for attending upon the House. You were here very early to take part in the bill. You've been here to take so many questions from the Minister for Education, and you have also answered 10, 11 questions from members. You've done well, and you are hereby discharged. We will take the last question. The last question from the Minister of State at the office of the President. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bole Bamboy. Bole Bamboy, I guess he's not here. Honorable Bongo. Honorable member for Bongo, will you ask? Oh, okay, very well. So, Honorable, is it Sedu?
Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable Sedu, you may ask the question on behalf of the member for Bole Bamboy.
Thank you,
on
Right
question
Honorable
167.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask this question on behalf of Mr. Yusuf Suleimana, the MP for Bole Bamboy constituency. I rise to ask the Minister of State at the office of the President how much has been expended on the Marine Drive project in the last 4 years. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Marine Drive Tourism Investment Project is a tourism and urban redevelopment initiative along the Accra beachfront, sized approximately 241 acres, stretching from Osu Castle to the Beijing Power Hall. The project is being driven by the Government of Ghana to bring about an integrated urban tourism infrastructural development. The project will be a world-class tourism destination comprising modern high-rise buildings, including hotels, restaurants, convention centers, shopping malls, recreational parks, amphitheaters, and offices, plus a world-class public promenade and boardwalk for the beachfront. Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 years, from 2018 to 2021, the total expenditure for the Marine Drive project amounts to 43.9 million Ghana cedis. The expenditures covered mostly the following: demolition of over 75 structures and project site clearing, relocation of occupants of MMDAs, review and revision of the project master plan to make the project more commercially viable, consultancy fees for architectural and engineering designs, construction of new facility for arts, crafts, artisans and retailers, holding of the project sites, project planning, structuring, and project development activities. Mr. Speaker, on a yearly basis, the project expenditure were as follows: 2018, 30.9 million Ghana cedis, 2019, 460,000 Ghana cedis, 2020, 4.6 million Ghana cedis, and 2021, 8.0 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the drop in expenditure in 2019 was due to the slowdown in project activity as it was reassessed and the project development responsibility was transferred to the Office of the President under the project coordinator in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the project on completion is expected to generate thousands of jobs, create an urban tourism enclave to boost investments, provide an avenue for the creative sector. All stakeholder engagements, Mr. Speaker, are on course. Site clearance is almost complete, and project studies, feasibilities, and designs are also almost complete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Seydou, I'll give you one more chance to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need the attention of the Minister because the question I got from Yusuf is well loaded. So I need her attention so that she could attend to it properly. My follow-up questions is this. How much was expended on the consultancy for architectural and engineering design? And who was this consultant? Which procurement process was used to procure office computers and furniture, and how much did that cost? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must put on record that this project started in 2016, and some monies were paid into the Ministry of Tourism's account in 2016. In November, two investors, Atachi Construction Limited, Mr. Speaker, paid an amount of 23,782,800 to the ministry's account. They further paid an amount of 27,844,600 Ghana cedis into the account. Mr. Speaker, it was to put on record that some monies were expended or payments were made during 2016. SIC Financial Services consultancy fees, 3,346,200 Ghana cedis was paid in 2016 to SIC Financial Services as consultancy fees. Mr. Speaker, in 14 November 2016, 1,214,362.50 Ghana cedis was also paid to a consortium as consultancy fees. Mr. Speaker, again on 14 November 2016, an amount of 2,389,761.59 Ghana cedis was also paid to ABP Consultant as consultancy fees, and 226,313.14 Ghana cedis was also paid out as other expenses in November 2016. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, 145,303,000 Ghana cedis was also paid to biofuel toilets at Izulezu. Again, in December 2016, 1,506,575 Ghana cedis was also paid to the consortium as consultancy fees. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 155,751.95 was also paid out as other expenses in December 2016. Mr. Speaker, the question posed by my honorable colleague was specific to ask the Minister of State and the Office of the President how much has been expended on the Marine Drive project in the last few years. I will ask my colleague if he wants further information on procurement services and other information. He can file another question to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. On that note, we bring question time to a close. Honorable Minister of State, on behalf of the House, we will thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Yes, leader, any indication? I'm tight.
Speaker, there are some indications. Speaker, may we go on to presentation of papers? Presentation of papers. Speaker, presentation of papers, and we are taking item 8AI exclusively. We are taking item 8AI, leaving all the rest. Speaker, and I'll seek your leave for it to be done. Speaker, so I'll seek your leave further for the Minister of State and the Office of the President, the Honorable Frida Prempe, to do the laying instead.
Well. Honorable, I haven't invited you. I haven't. I've not even granted a leave. Yes, honorable members, I would like to invite you to page 6. Page 6. item listed number 8A. Listed number 8AI. Honorable Minister of State, you may do that on behalf of the Finance Minister.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHRL, EXIM Levy, Special Import Levy, and COVID-19 Levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 14,072,310 United States dollars on materials or goods and equipment to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games in Accra in 2023.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Speaker, looking at the eyes of my colleague, the Honorable Chimpwell, it is indicative of the extent of work which we've executed today. And to be fair to him, we've done some good business. So I'll move. It's past 4 o'clock. So I wish we adjourn tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Very well. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you draw the Majority Whip's attention that he's been dragging members to extended sitting. Meanwhile, he's not doing the needful by providing the necessary welfare matters that enable members to observe the double sitting. So I hope that he will take the necessary step as the Majority Whip, in fact the Government Whip, to ensure that members are well taken care of, to enable them absorb the shock from this extended sitting. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we are in your hands. Thank you very much.
Speaker, the latter part of his statement is inviting, and I want to yield to that invitation. The necessary arrangement have been done, and we did that in anticipation that we would take a last motion. Because I think and I had engaged the ranking member, a very hard-working ranking member, and his chair, and minds had met that we take item 13 on page 9. So, because he's hurriedly wishing that we adjourn, the other matters which are very critical to be considered have not arrived yet. So I'm wondering what we can do. So probably I have taken it in good stead. I've taken it in good stead, and tomorrow I will perform.
That's why I told him that he shouldn't invite me. If you've not provided lunch at 2 o'clock, what kind of lunch is it at 4 that you are going to provide? Is it providing supper or what is it providing? Mr. Speaker, the reason why we have to postpone item 13 is that you know the report is a very important one, and we thought that at the time that we are such exhausted, it would not be good to take that report. We should rather take it tomorrow, first thing first, when the attention and energy is up. So we hope that tomorrow we will sit as early as we tried doing today, so that we can do maybe probably more work than we did today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will thank you for your cooperation, even though welfare matters have not been extended to members. I hope tomorrow the government whip, I hope you have listened to what yes, so that from tomorrow going, we'll be able to do the extended sitting with joy. So on that note,
I think it will be worthwhile for him to remember that you are a member of parliament. You are the speaker. You are a member of parliament. You have to bear that in mind. I thought I should remind you.
I have taken a cue, and I want to reassure members that on a more serious note, and I speak with a lot of passion, it will be done. Anytime I've said that something will be done, it had been done, and so we will deliver.
Very well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have Government Assurance Committee in this House, and the Government Assurance Committee have heard what he said. Therefore, tomorrow he will be held accountable for all his statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we are not going to disclose any materials again. So on that note, we will adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Let me thank you once again for your cooperation. The House stands adjourned.